Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Undersecretary General for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, Rosemary A, Mrs. Undersecretary of State for Civilian Security, Democracy and Human Rights, Mrs. Uzra Zeya, Mr. President and CEO of National Endowment for Democracy, Damon Wilson, Excellencies, Ministers of Foreign Affairs of the Governing Council, Member States, distinguished invitees, participating states to the Community of Democracies, Mr. Secretary General, dear friends. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to the 10th Ministerial Conference of the Community of Democracies, organized by the Romanian Presidency of the Community in New York in the margins of the 76th General Assembly of the United Nations. Our meeting was due to be organized in 2020 in Bucharest, but in the context of the pandemic, we found opportunity in crisis and convened a virtual anniversary conference marking the 20th anniversary of the Community of Democracies and its founding document, the Warsaw Declaration. We were honored to be joined by the former US Secretary of State, the Honorable Madeleine Albright, one of the founders of the Community of Democracies, as keynote speaker. And we adopted the Bucharest Statement, thus reinforcing 20 years after the Warsaw Principles. Today's event offers a platform to take stock of our accomplishments, learn from drawbacks, and adapt to the new circumstances. Our discussion today on democracy and resilience, with a focus on shared goals, will shape our approach towards effective, pragmatic, and practical means of upholding, defending, and consolidating our community of values and resilient democracies around the world. Allow me to express my appreciation for the attendance of Undersecretary General Rosemary A and of the President of the General Assembly, Abdullah Shahid, to our debate, as well as of other distinguished speakers. I am confident that their constructive contributions to our meeting will guide our discussion towards result-oriented ways to strengthen multilateralism, the international rule of law, and the rules-based international order. I'm also confident that they will consider our input to the accomplishment of the UN General Assembly 2021 theme, Building Resilience Through Hope, to recover from COVID-19, rebuild sustainability, respond to the needs of the planet, respect the rights of people, and revitalize the United Nations, a goal to which the Community of Democracy remains committed. Ladies and gentlemen, a week ago we celebrated the International Day of Democracy, a moment that highlighted once more the importance and responsibility of our community. This was indeed, as Mr. President Biden mentioned in his message on the occasion of the International Day of Democracy, an opportunity to, I quote, reaffirm a basic truth that democracy, government of the people, by the people, and for the people, is humanity's most enduring means to advance peace, prosperity, and security, end of quote. We can achieve this goal by working together, united around our aim of consolidating the resilience of our democracies. Being here today in this format is a strong proof that democracies are stronger when they come together. Discussing resilience stands proof of us constantly seeking the adaptation of our ways to a rapidly changing world and to the hybrid threats that we face for upholding our democratic values and principles. Our current meeting is a meaningful action by the Community of Democracies and Romania in support of the efforts of the US administration in shaping the upcoming Summit for Democracies. Ladies and gentlemen, the 10th Ministerial Declaration of the Community of Democracies that we will adopt today is aimed at supporting and encouraging a Summit for Democracy to renew the spirit and shared purpose of the nations of the free world. This document reflects our determination to defend and uphold our community of democratic values, as well as our pragmatic aim to consolidate democratic resilience. Although the world changed significantly since 2000, when our community was created, many of the challenges faced back then are still present. And I will add that even more challenges intensified or emerged: terrorism, cross-border malign influences, hybrid threats, disinformation, cyber attacks, and blatant disregard for human rights used by populist and authoritarian regimes to destabilize democracies. The COVID pandemic, while bringing new challenges, also amplified the previous ones. We have seen in the past few years that under the pressure of such challenges, many democracies unfortunately backslided. That reaction and proactive adaptation through building resilience is paramount. This is why the Bucharest Anniversary Statement adopted in June last year focused on the effects of the COVID pandemic for the state institutions, vulnerable people, freedom of expression, particularly the access to information and free press, exercise of other rights and freedoms greatly affected by the restrictive measures. It was thus oriented to concrete measures to defend democracy in facing the effects of the pandemic. The determination to overcome the aforementioned developments was translated in this anniversary document as hope for a greater impetus to democratic processes, determination for the reform of institutions and processes while maintaining an enduring resolution for the fundamental democratic principles. It therefore offered a new impetus to our community in finding opportunities in challenges, learning from the lessons of the crisis, and to strengthen our resilience. 1 year later, we are still facing the challenges of the pandemic. People, societies, governments, and states have learned the lesson that democracy is the only way through and beyond a crisis. It is time to channel our efforts to build up strategies and coordinate different initiatives so that responses and measures result into a guide that will accompany old and new democracies in boosting their resilience. We will discover different ways and means to achieve and protect our values, but we will certainly remain true to democratic principles, the rule of law, and human rights and freedoms as mapped by the Warsaw Declaration and framed by the Bucharest Anniversary Statement. Resilient democracies have specific buffers in crisis context. They can also come together to sanction democratic backsliding while offering support to the people that suffer from abusive regimes. Democratic resilience is thus crucial both at national and societal level, but also at global level, creating the premises to uphold and defend democratic rights and liberties. In order to achieve this, we have to continuously prove that democracies deliver for the people, and that they stand united in promoting effective multilateralism and rules-based international order. Dear colleagues, speaking about adaptation and resilience, as Presidency of the Community of Democracies, Romania also had to adapt and find innovative solutions to continue the work of our community, despite the challenges of the pandemic. That is why we have extended our mandate to the Community of Democracies by another year until September 2022. We will continue to uphold our mandate's objectives and cross-cutting themes, including youth inclusion and empowerment, or the role of digital technology in democratic governance. Dear participants, it is a great pleasure for me to also touch upon in this meaningful context an important foreign policy goal for my country. In line with our commitment to multilateralism, to the rules-based international order, and to the comprehensive approach to peace and security, Romania has presented its candidacy for a mandate in the United Nations Human Rights Council, seeking election for the 2023-2025 term. In doing so, we have decided to focus on 4 main priority areas, where we believe our experience and devotion may generate positive transformation and a meaningful impact on the work of the Council, namely protecting and promoting human rights of women and children and girls, countering discrimination, xenophobia, and racism, fostering democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, and enabling the freedom of expression. These are convergent with Romania's priorities as Community of Democracy Presidency, and our candidature further enhances the opportunity of promoting and defending the objectives of our community of values. Ladies and gentlemen, the civil society and youth dimensions of all these thematic focus points are cross-cutting. Participation and partnership with NGOs and the young generation are key for all the demarches and actions we plan to embark on. We have been actively promoting youth empowerment throughout our mandate at the helm of the community, and we are looking forward to the Community of Democracies Youth Forum next week, the 2nd annual forum organized under the Romanian Presidency. I would like to recall that during our discussions today, civil society representatives will present their views on how to strengthen our democratic resilience. As always, the COD Ministerial is one of the key platforms where projects can be born at the confluence of the positions of the governments and the ideas of the civil society. We continue to encourage partnerships to enable exchanges of good practices and actions to uphold democratic practices and institutions, increase transparency and accountability, including with formats such as the Open Government Partnership. Dear friends, Romania is determined to continue to pursue throughout its presidency the goals and values of the community. Our constant commitment for democracy, rule of law, and human rights remains steady. And so is our pledge for resilience, the resilience of democratic societies, the resilience of democratic civic participation, the resilience of our institutions and their role for the benefit of our citizens. As we stated in 2020, democratic systems of governance hold the most suitable basis to overcome crises and build back sustainably. Therefore, it is essential that democracies learn swiftly how to adapt and consolidate their resilience to resist all these threats and future crises. I believe the Community of Democracies is well equipped to train individuals into democracy and to promote the action for democracy. Dear friends, dear colleagues, allow me to end my intervention by invoking a very relevant quote of the Honorable Madeleine Albright, which can apply to our debate on democracy and resilience. We must recognize that democracy's unique virtue, its ability, through reason and open debate, to find remedies for its own shortcomings. End of quote. And this is valid both within our democracies and as for the effort to improve the ways we make our community stronger and better responding. I invite you, dear friends, to continue together the work to consolidate our democratic resilience and to uphold our community of values in the face of old and modern world threats. I'm looking forward to our constructive discussions today, and I'm confident that this meeting will stand proof that democracies can come together and that we can deliver real results for our people. I thank you for your attention. Dear friends, it is now my pleasure to invite the Secretary General of the Community of Democracies, Mr. Thomas Garrett, to share his opening remarks. Dear Thomas, once again, I convey my personal appreciation for your activity serving our Community of Democracies and for the valuable support you and your team provided the Romanian Presidency. Even under the dire circumstances generated by the pandemic, the community continued its work on achieving our shared goals. So I thank you once again. So, Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Excellencies, Governing Council members, representatives of civil society, distinguished guests and colleagues. Good day, and I want to welcome you to Democracy and Resilience, Shared Goals, the 10th Ministerial meeting of the Community of Democracies. Let me begin by thanking the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, His Excellency Bogdan, for hosting the Ministerial in today's challenging circumstances related to the COVID-19 pandemic. I also wish to express my gratitude to Romania for its leadership shown during the current presidency of the Community of Democracies. Let me assure you, Minister Aurescu, that Romania's contribution to this community is highly appreciated in this period of change, resilience, and opportunity. Since the founding of the Community of Democracies 2 decades ago, this is the first Ministerial Conference of the community, which will not occur in a multi-day setting of democracies and civil society. It had been my hope, and that of the Romanian Presidency, to see democratic nations and reformers, activists all in one space, exchanging their ideas and thoughts. But at the request of the host city of the United Nations to minimize the ongoing threat from this pandemic, the Community of Democracies wishes to do its part in reducing the public health risk by moving this event online, even if this was not the scenario we had first sought. The COVID-19 pandemic remains one of the most significant global challenges of our time, and now that we are some 20 months into the crisis, it continues to impose a heavy impact, both on people's health and well-being, and it presents a challenge to the enjoyment of human rights and the principles of democracy. To protect people, governments around the world have been implementing extraordinary measures, policies, and strategies. In 2020, early during this pandemic, the 28 member states of the Governing Council of the Community of Democracies quickly addressed the challenge, publicly stating that these emergency measures must be necessary, proportionate to the evaluated risk, and applied in a non-discriminatory way, that any of these measures must have a specific focus and duration, and that all must be in accordance with a state's obligations under applicable international human rights law. And so we have to continuously assess the impacts of pandemic policies on democracy, on the rule of law, civil society, on gender equality, on human rights and fundamental freedoms, and labor rights. and be aware that such steps must not purposefully or inadvertently reverse freedoms, as in the unwarranted closure of civic space or undue restrictions on civil and political rights, either offline or online. But as His Excellency mentioned, even in the shadow of the pandemic, democracies must gather and we must act together. The Community of Democracies in its meetings is a convening of values and principles. What we're not is a gathering of identical models of democracy. The diversity and inclusion of the Community of Democracies is best illustrated in the range of our governing council today, which represents every region on the planet and has seen the global participation of over 100 states in biannual ministerial meetings. We know that there exist various expressions for democracy to operate successfully, and that democracy does not belong to any one people or country alone. In this diversity, nevertheless, we believe that there are certain constant conditions that a political system must have to label itself democratic. At the Community of Democracies, member states are based on the respect for universal value of human dignity, the principle of equality, the rule of law, and human rights and fundamental freedoms. The Governing Council member states of the Community of Democracies have a shared adherence to the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as well as a regularly renewing commitment and dedication to the goals and principles of the Warsaw Declaration of 27 June 2000, the founding document of the Community of Democracies. The Community of Democracies brings together young and old democracies to strengthen representative government by sharing experiences and coordinating policies. Values-based alliances are today of utmost importance, since we still find, as the Minister mentioned, in different parts of the world, a worrying trend of democratic backsliding, a deterioration of the respect for human rights, and significant challenges to the rule of law and to effective functioning state institutions. There are wide-ranging problems, such as the rise of populism, corruption, and other issues, which has sometimes led to increased xenophobia and social polarization. The global pandemic adds to this never-ending challenge to open society, and its consequences for the enjoyment of human rights are still to be measured. We see that authoritarian countries exploit these contemporary challenges to open and transparent democracies through their malign interference in elections and through distorting social discourse. Democracies must respond and guard against authoritarian regimes by strengthening their adherence to the rule of law and human rights and democracy within and without their borders. Robust, inclusive, and accountable institutions are the cornerstone of a stable democracy. The Community of Democracies has been engaged in supporting the implementation of Goal 16 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which promotes peace, justice, and strong institutions. A necessary means of showing the adherence to the rule of law and principles of democracy and human rights does require democracies to confront problematic issues, such as corruption. Corruption today is a threat to the stability of societies and undermines the institutions and principles of democracy and justice. It erodes public trust in government, and it jeopardizes sustainable development and good governance. Another characteristic of democracy that we must work together to strengthen is a renewed effort to include women, youth, and other marginalized groups in our democracies. While democracies present an enabling environment for gender equality and empowerment, leadership, and full, equal, meaningful participation of all women in political life and economic and social life remains a goal we must commit to. A further solution to democracy's challenges can be found in the meaningful participation of youth, including girls and young women. Youth empowerment is one of the priorities of the Romanian Presidency, and it's a cross-cutting theme in all activities of the Community of Democracies. The young people that you will hear from later today gathered around this organization, the Community of Democracies Youth Leads, have been engaged in the global #ThisIsDemocracy campaign, adding their powerful voices as champions to promote shared democratic values. As the foreign minister mentioned on the margins of this 10th Ministerial Conference, a companion virtual Community of Democracies youth forum will gather young leaders from different world regions next week to discuss democracy-related issues with government stakeholders, enabling an authentic exchange of ideas on the challenges and opportunities faced by democracy worldwide. Young people play a crucial role in promoting democracy and driving democratic change in their own countries, and all democracies have a responsibility to support and empower them. We need to ensure a full realization and enjoyment by young persons of all human rights and fundamental freedoms, including the standards and principles enshrined in the Warsaw Declaration, promoting equal opportunities and fostering their public and political life participation. I believe that through efforts such as these, the Community of Democracies and its member states can provide and promote and illustrate democratic resilience. The Community of Democracies, which for 2 decades has reflected the diversity of democracy worldwide, is a unique platform for multilateral support to those who wish to share best practices and experiences to support and empower democracy around the world, particularly in those countries that are going through transition or where serious challenges are occurring today. We know that illiberal tendencies are still all too present, undermining civil liberties and representative institutions. The Community of Democracies today wants to offer to all states our willingness to cooperate with them to address these issues. Democracies need to work in partnership and shared values. To defend our achievements, and practical multilateral cooperation is the key to countering these issues of corruption, to protecting human rights, and to responding to authoritarianism. To this end, let me today expressly state the Community of Democracy's support for and encouragement to the U.S. administration's Summit for Democracy, which can renew the spirit and shared purpose of the nations of the free world. Even in these times of hardship and difficulty, the Community of Democracies will continue to support other democracies, to combat democratic backsliding, to defeat this COVID-19 pandemic, and to ensure full inclusion by all. We must act together and prove that democracies are resilient. We can do this. It's within our reach. Democracies are not perfect, but resilient democracies are based on a solid and effective civic participatory process which, unlike those in authoritarian nations, protects the right to freedom of expression, to freedom of opinion, association, and peaceful assembly, and which respect and promote civic space, online and offline, highlighting the paramount role of freely functioning civil society and independent media. Resilience must be constantly pursued. We must promote and nurture the full and meaningful participation in the open and inclusive civic spaces. The essential partner for us in this is civil society, which includes non-governmental organizations, women's rights organizations, community-based organizations, youth-led organizations, independent media, human rights institutions, and individual actors, brave individual actors such as human rights defenders. They have a vital role in raising awareness and sharing information, advocating for democracy and human rights, and especially in holding governments accountable. Another vital component in democracy's toolkit of resilience is the enormous potential of digital technology. As a Community of Democracies, we acknowledge the possible threats emanating from the irresponsible use and abuse of information and communication technologies. We see things such as cyber threats, widening inequalities, a growing spread of disinformation, and surveillance of human rights defenders, journalists, and others for politically motivated reasons. But looking at resilience, Community of Democracies has created a new working group on democracy and technology. And we are looking positively towards coordinated actions and engagement in both multilateral and multi-stakeholder fora to harness the potential of new technologies to protect and promote human rights, to protect and promote fundamental freedoms, and to forward democratic governance while mitigating technologically enabled threats so that all can enjoy human rights and democracy. In this struggle, technology and social media companies are our reliable partners. The Community of Democracies stands ready to be at the forefront of these endeavors through multilateral fora and promoting the Warsaw Declaration, particularly at the United Nations Human Rights Council. In closing, let me just note that at the Community of Democracies founding Ministerial Conference in June 2000, UN Secretary General Kofi Annan stated, "This meeting is not just a celebration. You are here because you know that the work of democracy is never done, that too many people are still denied their human rights, while too many democracies remain imperfect and vulnerable to subversion." His comments 21 years ago are still true today. Democracy will always face the need for ongoing adjustment, but while our models of democracy may be diverse, core democratic principles based on the rule of law and respect for human rights remain universal. The Community of Democracies member states accept that democracy will always face complex challenges and agree to resolve them. In closing, through joint action, we can successfully address the complex challenges to democracy. Thank you, and thank you, Excellency.
Thank you so much, Secretary General, for your address and for your efforts to make our community stronger. And I would like to reassure you once again that Romania, as presidency, will continue to work for our community, for pursuing our shared democratic values enshrined in the Warsaw Declaration and the roadmap offered by the Bucharest Statement. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, it is my great pleasure now to introduce the message of the President of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, who kindly accepted to address our meeting.
Your Excellency Mr. Bogdan, Aurescu, Foreign Minister of Romania, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to join you today. I would like to thank the Government of Romania for convening the 10th Ministerial Conference of the Community of Democracies. Just a few days ago, on 15th of September, the world celebrated the International Day of Democracy. Democracy is a celebration of that system of governance in which the collective say of the people does mean and matter. Countries, societies, communities, and organizations thrive and survive on the very idea of freedom, freedom of speech, action, and implementation. In other words, freedom is the kernel of comprehensive development and progress of any system. And when this freedom is in the hands of people, it equips them with power. It's 76 years since the United Nations was founded, and the global democratic landscape is characterized by fragilities and vulnerabilities, from climate crisis to COVID-19, from migration to misinformation, from a trust deficit to inequality. Today's conference and its emphasis on democracy and resilience is both timely and much needed. It begs the question, is democracy resilient? Can democracy cope with the complex challenges and crises of today? The answer to both these questions is a resounding yes. Over 1 million citizens responded to 2020 UN Global Survey on the future we want, the United Nations we need. Their responses demonstrated a global population that were broadly united in their hopes for the future. Their priorities included greater international solidarity to manage crises such as COVID-19, increased support to those hardest hit, better efforts to address the climate crisis, greater respect for human rights and settling conflicts, and reducing corruption. These are our shared goals, the key elements that promote healthy democratic societies. Both the United Nations and the Community of Democracies play key roles for democracy to adapt, innovate, and thrive. From addressing new social demands or making sense of the social movements, our organizations help to navigate and deliberate on the dynamic elements of democracy. And this is as it should be. The opening words of the United Nations Charter says, "We the peoples," three powerful words that reaffirm our collective aspirations as nations united. Dear colleagues, democracy is nurtured by increasing the participation of women, youth, and other marginalized actors in political processes. It is strengthened by the inclusion of civil society in appropriate platforms for governance. Democracy is resilient through innovation and adaptability. The Secretary General's report on our common agenda describes a United Nations 2.0 that can accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The report proposes to convene a summit of the future to forge a new global consensus. Through my Presidency of Hope, I commit to working towards the obligations under the common agenda. I will work hard to bring together the best of humanity, to offer the best solutions, and to present a unifying message. My best wishes to the Community of Democracies for its consistency and commitment to advancing the values of democracy and the importance of democratic institutions. I thank you.
I thank the President of the 76th session of the UN General Assembly for his message, underscoring the sine qua non relationship between democracy and efficient multilateralism. And I would like to reaffirm once again our entire support for his ambitious mandate as President of this session of the General Assembly. Now I have the honor to give the floor to the Under-Secretary General for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, Mrs. Rosemary A.
Community of Democracies since 2019, especially under exceptional circumstances due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I also commend Romania's efforts to ensure that the full and meaningful participation of women is a priority for the community's work. This year's conference takes place at a critical moment. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted all facets of our lives. It has laid bare our shared vulnerabilities, the weaknesses in global and national preparedness, the persistence of long-lasting grievances, and a disenchantment with public institutions and political leadership. To be clear, these problems were not created by the pandemic. For many years, we've allowed them to fester, unchecked. For example, in traditionally stable democracies, we've seen over the last decade a gradual erosion of trust in representative processes and institutions. Many people believe that in their daily lives, these processes and institutions are not delivering on their fundamental promises to promote equality, to provide social protection, to ensure justice, and the protection of human rights. Alongside this democratic malaise, we're also witnessing backsliding in many young democracies, whether they use the trappings of a democratic system or appeal to so-called true democracy to subvert the popular will. Authoritarians of all stripes are increasingly audacious. The pandemic has exacerbated these trends. It has helped drive people towards polarization and at times violence. And it has led many to challenge the central tenets of democratic societies. And it has made people and their leaders question the effectiveness of the multilateral system, which has not been able to fully come together to address the pandemic and its consequences. Excellencies, this is the time to act. If the pandemic demonstrated how fragile the international community is, it also showed how interconnected we are. Truly global threats, such as pandemics and the climate emergency, underscore the necessity of joined-up global action. Deadly viruses or extreme weather events do not respect national boundaries. Today, I'd like to highlight 3 ways in which we can adapt. First, at the national level, we need more inclusive societies. Groups that are excluded from decision-making must have a real say and find representation in political institutions. If we are truly to address the democratic deficit in the world today, we must take meaningful steps to ensure that women, youth, minorities, marginalized communities, and those holding divergent views can participate fully in public life. Second, at the international level, we need more solidarity. A multilateral system based on cooperation for the common good is indispensable if we are to address the threats we face and build peaceful societies, advance human rights, and attain sustainable development. The multilateral system itself needs to evolve and become more inclusive and networked. This will require making space for new constituencies that are critical to addressing our common challenges, such as civil society, local governments, and the business sector. And third, we need to prepare better to respond to future challenges, none more critical than the climate emergency. From the perspective of the department that I lead, this includes putting a central focus on prevention. We need to change our approach to the maintenance of international peace and security in favor of the prevention of crises. We know conflict prevention is less costly in human lives and resources than picking up the pieces after war. Prevention also means helping to build peaceful and resilient societies, the fundamental goal of the Sustainable Development Agenda. Excellencies, 2 weeks ago, the Secretary General submitted a report on our common agenda to the General Assembly. Drawing on broad consultations, the report presents a blueprint for these changes at the national and international level. The common agenda embodies a vision for a reinvigorated multilateral system on the basis for more inclusive societies. It places particular focus on the role of youth and future generations. We acknowledge the need to give these constituencies more agency to address challenges they will confront up close in the future. We must remain clear-eyed about the magnitude of the task we face. The common agenda gives us a framework to work on revitalizing the global consensus grounded in solidarity within and between societies. We count on the support of the Community of Democracies in advancing this ambitious agenda. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Undersecretary General, for your insightful remarks and also for the tireless efforts that you are undertaking in support of peace-building efforts. I'm very pleased now to give the floor to our keynote speaker, the Undersecretary of State for Civilian Security, Democracy and Human Rights, Mrs. Usra Zea.
Distinguished colleagues, it's a pleasure to speak with you today at the Community of Democracies 10th Ministerial Conference. I'd like to thank Foreign Minister Aurescu for your service during your country's presidency of the community, and especially for your leadership during the COVID-19 pandemic. I also would like to thank CD Secretary General Garrett and the Permanent Secretariat for the vital support you've provided during these difficult times. The world has changed significantly since we pledged to uphold and promote democratic principles and values under the Warsaw Declaration more than 20 years ago. Today, we face unprecedented challenges to democracy, both at home and abroad. Corruption, inequality, and the failure of governments and international institutions to deliver for their citizens have fueled polarization and led to a rise of leaders who defy democratic norms. At the same time, authoritarian regimes have become increasingly bold in reaching across borders to undermine our institutions and values. More and more, these regimes meddle in our elections, carry out reprisals against journalists and human rights defenders in our countries, and falsely claim their model of governing is better at delivering results. These challenges are exacerbated by the misuse of emerging technologies to spread disinformation and erode public trust in democracy. Meanwhile, the international community is facing an extraordinary set of problems that know no borders, including the pandemic, a significant economic downturn, racial inequality, record levels of forced displacement, and a deepening climate crisis. Meeting these global challenges will require global solutions, starting with a shared commitment to democratic renewal and partnership. We know that societies which respect and defend human rights, uphold the rule of law, and support inclusive, accountable governance for all their citizens are best equipped to produce durable solutions to even the most difficult problems. With that in mind, President Biden will host a Summit for Democracy in December, bringing together government partners, civil society, and the private sector to set an affirmative agenda for democratic renewal. At that event, and in the months leading up to a second summit in 2022, we will partner with participants to make and fulfill new commitments to counter authoritarianism, combat corruption, and promote respect for human rights at home and abroad. We recognize governments cannot renew democracy alone. A free and active civil society is critical to strengthening democratic institutions, holding governments accountable, and ensuring all voices are heard, including those of women, girls, youth, religious or ethnic minorities, LGBTQI+ persons, or other communities who may otherwise be marginalized. Contributions from the private sector are also important, whether by ensuring individuals are able to exercise their freedom of expression online or by preventing surveillance technologies from falling into the wrong hands. For these reasons, we're encouraging governments to partner with civil society and the private sector in developing their summit commitments, and we will provide opportunities for non-governmental representatives to participate in the summit directly. While the summit will be an important touchstone, the work of democratic renewal must take place year-round. The Community of Democracies, its participating states, and its partners are essential to that effort in what we represent and how we collaborate every day. Although the community includes a diverse range of states and peoples, we're here today because the principles reflected in the Warsaw Declaration remain at the core of our national identities. As importantly, the community has sought to live these values by turning principles into concrete action. I'd like to highlight just a few examples of that today. First, members of the community's governing council have worked closely with civil society partners who have raised awareness and spurred action by participating states when human rights have come under threat in countries such as Belarus, Mali, and Burma. We must ensure civil society continues to play a meaningful role within the community and in other multilateral fora, such as the ECOSOC NGO Committee and other elements of the UN system. Second, the community is increasingly speaking out in support of vulnerable populations in countries like Afghanistan and Cuba. I applaud Secretary General Garrett for his statements drawing attention to these at-risk communities and encourage the community to continue to support these actions. Third, the community's working group on women and democracy has helped to unite us behind the common goals of gender equality and the meaningful participation of women in all aspects of society. Fourth, the community's working group on democracy and technology provides a forum for discussion, analysis, and action on an issue which is helping to define democratic governance in this century. Finally, through its Youth Leads initiative, the community is empowering the next generation of democratic leaders by providing them with platforms to share their views. This is a uniquely complex moment, but we can rise to the challenge if we remain devoted to democratic principles and joint action in common cause. The United States is committed to doing so through the Summit for Democracy, the Community of Democracies, and other multinational fora. As President Biden has stated, democracy doesn't happen by accident. We have to defend it, fight for it, strengthen it, renew it. We look forward to doing so together. Thank you.
I thank the Undersecretary Uzra Zea for her inspiring remarks. Before passing the floor to our distinguished participants, it is my great pleasure to announce the adoption of the Ministerial Declaration, the Bucharest Ministerial Declaration of the Community of Democracies, New York City. First of all, I want to express my deep appreciation to our Secretary General and his staff for assisting the Governing Council members in the process of negotiation of this document. I want to thank also the Governing Council member states for their valuable input and flexibility that allowed us to have a strong and meaningful outcome of our conference, a ministerial declaration that underlines the community's determination to remain fully engaged in continuing to advance the common global efforts to ensure the resilience of democracy all over the world, including by supporting the upcoming 2 summits for democracy organized by the US administration. These very important events could have the chance in the near future to unify all initiatives in the field of democracy. While resilience is an inherent characteristic of democracy, this trait needs to be constantly and vigilantly pursued. Therefore, our ministerial declaration, I quote, calls on participating states to promote and nurture the full, equitable, and meaningful participation of all in the open and inclusive civic spaces that underpin the rule of law, consolidating pluralistic and independent institutions. Dear representatives of the member states of the Governing Council, distinguished guests, it is my pleasure now to invite you to address the 10th Ministerial Conference of the Community of Democracies. And I am happy to see your interest, great interest for the topical subjects of democracy and resilience. And I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts on ways and means to uphold better, consolidated, and defend our shared values and democratic principles, as well as our resilience. We have now more than 50 Governing Council member states and distinguished guests on our list of speakers. I now have the pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Nikos Dendias, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic, to deliver his statement. He is with us here in the premises of the Permanent Mission of Romania, the United Nations. Dear Nikos, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President of the General Assembly, dear Undersecretary General, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and indeed a privilege to participate to today's conference. And my sincere appreciation goes to the Romanian Presidency and to my colleague Bogdan. Romania has steered the wheel of the Community of Democracies with a steady hand through challenging and demanding times. This year marks 21 years since the adoption of the Warsaw Declaration, which gave birth to the Community of Democracies in the year 2000. Over these years, we have reconfirmed our commitment to the cornerstone of our community. That is to respect and uphold co-democratic principles, values, and practices. These include free and fair elections, freedom of speech and expression, equal access to education, rule of law, freedom of peaceful assembly, gender equality, political and social freedoms. Democracy is a political system, but also a process which started before 2.5 millennia. It has known progress, but it has known setbacks. Democracy requires resilience, as it is also very well reflected in this year's conference theme. Progress should not be taken for granted. We need to be alerted and to actively keep our defenses up. We ought to deepen the dialogue on the challenges democracy faces. We should also provide support for democratic consolidation in transitioning countries. Resilience and alertness out the key message. I could enumerate a number of challenges democracy faces. It will, however, limit the dialogue, and I should limit myself to mentioning only two which have been at the forefront of the international community discussions. Challenges and fake news during the time of COVID-19 and the fate of women and girls, especially in Afghanistan. Fighting off the pandemic requires states to take measures at many levels with a view to protect public health. In doing so, transparency of action and adherence to the rules of democratic state are of paramount importance. Respect for human rights lies at their heart. However, the battle against COVID-19 has not been often rendered less effective by fake news. This due to a number of reasons ranging from ignorance to bad faith. In dealing with sensitive and possibly damaging situations that fake news could produce, democracies need to look for answers. This by focusing in their power of persuasion through dialogue and the presentation of the scientific truth. On another note, the emerging situation of women and girls in Afghanistan look ominous. Years of progress are on the verge of being overturned. It is our duty to speak up in their defense. We need to demand that their rights are fully respected. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, democracy is a constantly developing endeavor. It is up to us to work towards ensuring its consolidation throughout the globe. I believe that the Community of Democracies has, is, and will continue playing an important role in that respect. Thank you so much.
I thank you, dear Nikos, for your statement and for your support for our efforts. I would like now to invite His Excellency Mr. George Radulovic, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro, to take the floor. Dear George, you have the floor.
Dear Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my utmost pleasure to be part of this high-level meeting and have the opportunity to address such a prominent group of international stakeholders within the framework of the Community of Democracies. The meeting comes at a juncture when our societies face a number of emerging, most often very resilient and persistent threats and challenges, reminding that it's due time for us to engage a joint endeavor and resolute stand in defense of the most sublime civilizational achievements, among others, democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and freedom. Despite accomplished progress in various fields, the current state of affairs globally nonetheless gives cause for concern. There are far too many places in the world where peace, rule of law, democracy, and human rights and freedoms remain a luxury, as the culture of extreme nationalism in different parts of the world seems to be gaining troublesome momentum. Furthermore, civil society members, journalists, human rights defenders are being suppressed more than ever before, indicating a trend of structural pressure on the freedom of expression, speech, opinion, association in the peaceful assembly, to name just a few. I would also like to highlight corruption, an element we believe represents a particular danger to the development of a democracy with its local and transnational nature. These facts are all quite unambiguous attestations of need to undertake further efforts to stop and reverse such tendencies in timely and an efficient manner. I firmly believe that building trust, tolerance, and peace are in direct correlation with creating stable democratic communities and their overall development and prosperity. Montenegro, for one, is strongly committed to a policy of structural reforms with an aim of creating society tailored by the needs of man, with tolerance, stability, and economic growth as some of its key ingredients. We are taking integral steps towards the membership of the EU, resolutely believing that our future, but also the one of the entire Western Balkan regions, lies in Europe. We take pride, no less, in our centuries-old tradition of peaceful coexistence, which has contributed to the understanding and preservation of particularities of members of different nations, religions, and cultures. Dear colleagues, the worsening trend of democratic backsliding globally is an issue of particular concern, one we must not take for granted and allow to escape us under the radar. Montenegro unequivocally stands on the position of upholding liberal democratic values and advancing the rights of freedoms of all, regardless of the national, ethnic, religious, sexual, or any other differences, as the only path towards a more peaceful, secure, just, and human global community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister Radulovic. I would like now to invite His Excellency Mr. Peter Szijjártó, Foreign Minister of Hungary, to take the floor. Dear Peter, the floor is yours.
Dear Bogdan, thank you very much for chairing this event and taking care of the community of democracies. You have been making a really good job since you have taken over the presidency. I might say that we have to congratulate ourselves because of keeping the name of our organization, Community of Democracies, and I will tell you why. Because the fact that we have this name of this organization proves that the word and phenomenon democracy does not need any kind of qualifier. Democracy is a democracy. And through this very name, which we have for this organization, we prove that there are more types of democracies based on the historic, cultural, religious, and even political heritage of the certain countries. Nowadays, unfortunately, there is one specific ideology and its representatives who try to monopolize democracy itself. And monopolizing democracy is a pretty anti-democratic approach. To speak openly, as you could use to it already, I think that liberal democracy is only a type of democracy and not the democracy itself. Democracy means that the people are in a position to make decisions about their own future and about the future of their own country. And basically no one should have the right to challenge or question the will of the people, regardless of what is the outcome of expressing their own will. And I think no one has the right to characterize a political system as autocratic or dictatorial just because the people gave a clear mandate and just because one political family has a clear majority in its own parliament. We do believe that democracy must be always based on respect, and respect should be the basis for the international cooperation among democracies in the future as well. Pandemic brought a lot of challenges and a lot of troubles and problems for us in the last 1.5 years, but one thing should definitely be understood, and this is the interdependence, how much interdependent we are, how much we do need each other in the framework of international cooperation. And the recognition of this would bring a fresh air into international cooperation. We should be based in the future on mutual respect. And mutual respect should replace lecturing and judging each other in the upcoming period of time. I think democratic leaders should be known about that they never think that they would know better what is good for the other nation than that given nation itself. Dear Bogdan, once again, I would like to emphasize the appreciation of the Hungarian government to you to take the presidency of the Community of Democracies, and whenever we can help and support you in the successful operation of our organization, you can definitely rely on us. Thank you very much once again for giving me the floor, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Peter, for your input and for supporting the efforts of the presidency of the Community of Democracies, and also for supporting the ministerial declaration that we have adopted today. Now I have the pleasure to give the floor to Mrs. Lisa Peterson, Acting Assistant Secretary of the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights and Labor of the U.S. State Department, to deliver her speech.
Thank you very much, Chair. Secretary General, ministers, colleagues, I'm delighted to join you today. Foreign Minister Aurescu, thank you, and to Romania for convening this important ministerial and for your leadership as President of the Community throughout these trying times. I think it's safe to say that this is not where we collectively hoped to be. You take the virtual nature of this ministerial, for example. I know that I had hoped that by this point we would be back together in person, connecting once again as we did prior to March of 2020. But conditions don't yet allow for a return to quote unquote normal. COVID-19 has created new insecurities for the world's most vulnerable. In a number of countries, authoritarians have used the health crisis as a pretext for repression of people or ideas. We're at a crossroads confronting a series of historic crises, a global pandemic, a crushing economic downturn, a deepening climate crisis, just to name a few. And so today's theme of resilience is appropriate because we must meet the moment we have been given. The challenges we face are daunting, but we are not daunted by them. As members of the Community of Democracies, we must remain united in our understanding of the value of democracy. As Undersecretary Zaya noted, societies that respect and defend human rights, fundamental freedoms, gender equality, democratic institutions, and the rule of law are more stable and secure and are better equipped to confront challenges. And so out of this crisis, we have an opportunity to intensify our efforts to confront authoritarianism, fight corruption, and promote respect for human rights, both at home and abroad. In short, this is an opportunity to renew the cause of democracy globally. To this end, President Biden will host a Democracy for Summit this December. As the president stated, the summit will bring together the world's democracies to strengthen our democratic institutions, honestly confront nations that are backsliding, and forge a common agenda. We're soliciting innovative and bold commitments by participating governments, implemented and monitored in partnership with civil society, to drive democratic reform both domestically and internationally. We hope the summit will be a catalyst for revitalizing democracy both at home and abroad. Beyond the summit, the Community of Democracies offers us a forum for continual collective democracy promotion in the spirit of the Warsaw Declaration, to which our governments committed more than 20 years ago. We applaud the community for its continued drive to stand against democratic backsliding and authoritarianism, and to tackle the issues of today, including those related to technology, women, and youth. While we're a diverse group, we are united in our core belief that we must protect fundamental freedoms and uphold human rights. Furthermore, the community's strength lies in its inclusivity, not only of states from all regions of the world, but also of civil society. Throughout the civil society pillar, the community directly links governments, and membership in the community comes with responsibility, and we must hold ourselves accountable to the Warsaw Pledge. In closing, I reiterate the United States' commitment to democracy and human rights, which we have placed at the center of our foreign policy. As the President said on the International Day of Democracy, we reaffirm a basic truth, that democracy, government of the people, by the people, and for the people, is humanity's most enduring means to advance peace, prosperity, and security. We deeply value our continued engagement in the Community of Democracies and look forward to working with many of you as we approach the Summit for Democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Assistant Secretary, for your remarks. As you already know, the statement, the declaration that we have adopted today supports and encourages the Summit for Democracy, which will be organized by President Biden. And I quote from our document, to renew the spirit and shared purpose of the nations of the free world. So I just want to reiterate the fact that the Community of Democracies and the Romanian Presidency, the Secretary General, we are able and ready to support the efforts for organizing the Summit for Democracy and for having practical results after that summit. Now I have the pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Shahriar Alam, State Minister for Foreign Affairs, People's Republic of Bangladesh. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me first to congratulate Romania for assuming the presidency of the Community of Democracies. I thank His Excellency Mr. Bogdan, the Foreign Minister of Romania, for inviting Bangladesh to join this 10th Ministerial Conference as an observer. Excellencies, democracy is one of the fundamental principles of our state policy. Our very existence as a nation is founded on our long struggle for democracy, justice, and rule of law, fought under the leadership of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, 50 years ago. Although democratic rule was interrupted in Bangladesh by unconstitutional governments, it is our unabiding faith in democracy that made our people reject successive autocratic regimes and restore a functioning parliamentary democracy through free, fair, and impartial elections. This was fought arduously by our current Prime Minister, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, who stated, and I quote, "Only democracy and freedom can empower people, ensure progress, development, and social justice," unquote. It was during Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's leadership that Bangladesh joined the inaugural Ministerial Conference of the Community of Democracies in 2000 and endorsed the Warsaw Declaration. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the 10th Ministerial Conference, Democracy and Resilience, Shared Goal, is indeed very timely. Despite efforts of the international community to strengthen democracy and the rule of law globally, we have seen reverse trends, an alarming rise in populism, and blatant disregard for fundamental principles of democracy and rule of law. The onslaught of the pandemic has made things worse. Inequalities among and with societies have increased, leading to mistrust and grievances. It is now more important than ever to re-establish the principles of democracy by strengthening the values of equality and non-discrimination and reinforcing resilience and inclusion. Allow me to quickly share some thoughts here. First, a democratic society is a proud product of enlightened education and continuous investment by all stakeholders in developing value and recognition for the rights of its people. Ensuring inclusivity is fundamental in this regard. Secondly, we need to continuously invest in building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions to enhance the transparency, accountability, and responsiveness of all state organs. Third, democracy and development goes hand in hand. In this regard, achieving sustainable goals is of utmost importance. We must ensure equal opportunities for all and help them unleash their full potential and contribute in a democratic society. Fourth, we must break the culture of impunity and establish rule of law to create trust in a society. In this regard, greater responsibility lies with the international community to ensure rule of law at the global level, including by the fortifying multilateralism and principles of UN Charter. And finally, we must focus on increased collaboration at regional and sub-regional and international level to promote democratic principles by sharing best practices and examples. Excellencies, Bangladesh remains steadfast to continue to uphold the values of democracy, pluralism, and rule of law as it continues its journey towards achieving Vision 2041. We also remain ready to engage with the support in supporting others in fulfilling their democratic aspirations, especially the countries in transition. I thank you all.
Thank you so much, State Minister, for your insightful remarks and support. We will now hear the message of His Excellency Mr. Andrés Sayaman, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Chile.
Señoras y señores, cuando adoptamos el plan estratégico de nuestra comunidad hace 3 años, observamos con preocupación el retroceso de varios principios de la Declaración de Varsovia, como elecciones libres y justas, derechos civiles y políticos fundamentales y controles y equilibrios democráticos. Hoy es necesario admitir que tales tendencias no solo no han disminuido, sino que han aumentado, con el riesgo de transformarse en un fenómeno global. En consecuencia, mi primer comentario es que nuestra organización debe sugerir e implementar acciones que impidan una nueva ola de retroceso democrático. La referida erosión de la democracia está presente en América Latina y ha adquirido un nuevo rostro. Antes, las amenazas eran externas, ya que provenían de fuerzas militares o subversivas cuyo propósito era derribar gobiernos legítimos democráticamente electos. Sin embargo, hoy las principales amenazas son internas, ya que provienen de algunos gobiernos que aspiran a eternizarse en el poder, anulan el Estado de Derecho, invaden las atribuciones de los otros poderes del Estado, manipulan los procesos electorales y finalmente aplastan a la oposición. Tales prácticas se están extendiendo, lo que exige una especial atención por parte de la comunidad democrática internacional. Chile no ha estado ajeno al fenómeno de malestar ciudadano y de explosión de demandas sociales que devienen en un estallido. En nuestro caso, hemos logrado canalizarlo a través de un curso institucional y democrático mediante una convención constitucional, la primera en el mundo, paritaria entre hombres y mujeres, encargada de redactar una nueva constitución que será sometida a un plebiscito de ratificación o rechazo. Lo anterior demuestra que los problemas que afectan a las democracias sí pueden ser solucionados con más democracia. Señoras y señores, la pandemia actual es un desafío que requiere una acción coordinada desde el espacio democrático. Esta crisis sanitaria ha devenido en crisis económica y ha obligado a prácticamente todos los gobiernos a adoptar medidas que restringen las libertades garantizadas en nuestras constituciones en virtud de un bien mayor, la salud de nuestra población. Sin embargo, la pandemia también ha demostrado la resistencia y la capacidad de renovación de la democracia. La innovación a través de la digitalización acelerada se ha producido en la mayoría de las regiones del mundo y las instituciones democráticas, entre otras los congresos, muchas veces han colaborado para garantizar respuestas a la pandemia en línea con los principios democráticos que nos guían. Finalmente, junto con reiterar el apoyo que Chile presta a los principios y prácticas consagrados en la Declaración de Varsovia, quiero expresar nuestra voluntad de participar activamente en toda iniciativa orientada a fortalecer la democracia en el mundo. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Chile for his message, and I have the pleasure to invite now Mr. Rodolfo Solano Quiros, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Costa Rica, to take the floor.
Excellencies, Bogdan Aurescu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania and President of the Community of Democracies, Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Rosemary A, United Nations Under-Secretary for Political and Peace-Building Affairs, Thomas E. Garrett, Secretary General of the Community of Democracies. Dear friends, let me thank the Romanian chairmanship for having convened this ministerial meeting of the Community of Democracies, which is taking place at a very appropriate moment for all of us, as democracy faces very great challenges. Democratic values and principles are universal, and we have recognized this in several international instruments, including the Warsaw Declaration, that brings us together here today. Costa Rica is convinced that democracy interacts with peace, development, and human rights, and that each of these pillars builds better societies and a better humanity. However, we cannot take this for granted. Every day, we must strive to ensure the effective exercise of representative democracy and protect it from multiple threats, such as populism, organized crime, corruption, the violation of human rights, and the dissemination of false information, among others. The Community of Democracies has a purpose, and we have a commitment and a responsibility to comply with the precepts that 20 years ago gave birth to this organization, convinced that a new century should be an opportunity to build a better world. The path to peace, progress, and well-being requires not only the guarantee of institutions that actually work and an effective separation of powers, but also dialogue, respect, tolerance, and respect for political pluralism. Today, we witness with great concern how the deliberate dissemination of false information by state and non-state actors is taking its toll on democratic systems, with particularly far-reaching implications, because it exacerbates social division and conflicts, discrimination, and opens spaces for the legal exercise of power. Democratic systems must be based on the respect for human rights and a robust institutional framework, where transparency, accountability, and the trust of the government in their rulers are elements that cannot be subordinated to the will of a few. Some days ago, Costa Rica celebrated 200 years of independence life. We did so, convinced that even in times of pandemic, it is possible to leave a positive and constructive footprint on the global agenda. So we work consistently to ensure that dialogue on the international agenda is based on a culture of human rights, peace, development, and sustainability. With more than 70 years of guaranteeing universal health coverage, Costa Rica is a strong promoter of the right to health at the highest possible level. For this reason, our country has actively promoted equitable access to life-saving treatments and technologies through the Call to Action for Solidarity and its platform, CITAP, jointly promoted with the World Health Organization and 40 states. CITAP is designed to accelerate the development and manufacture of technologies needed for the prevention, detection, and treatment of COVID-19, with the potential to help us in future health threats. Costa Rica also added to the COVAX facility mechanism in order to contribute to solidarity and cooperation as conditions for the protection of the right to life and health of all people, particularly those at risk and vulnerability. We have a duty to ensure equitable access to vaccines in all regions of the world. My dear friends, the pandemic has shown that we cannot be satisfied with what we have achieved. Resilience is built day by day and with the participation of everyone, especially young people and women. The ministerial declaration that we will adopt reflects these concerns very well, and I believe that it will be an excellent guide to our work in the following months to overcome the great challenges of today and to build increasingly sustainable and just societies. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Costa Rica for his message, and I invite now His Excellency Mr. David Zalcaliani, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Georgia, to take the floor.
Excellencies, at the outset, let me thank the Romanian Presidency of the Community of Democracies and the Permanent Secretariat for organizing the Ministerial Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not live in a perfect world. Neither is there a perfect democracy. Though, fortunately, we have an opportunity to advance on the pathway towards a perfect world with the ready-made blueprints, including the 2030 Agenda, underpinned by the state obligations under the international human rights instruments and partnerships like our community. I guess we all agree that nowadays democracy and democratic values are under increasing threats worldwide, and unpredictable environment derived from the pandemic imposes additional obstacles on them. And I recall in this regard enriching exchange with the Secretary General Garrett during his recent visit to Georgia, for which I would like to once again thank him. I believe that responding to these challenges is only possible through the international community's heightened resolve and inclusive multilateral cooperation. The Warsaw Declaration brought us together to support the consolidation of democratic values through this multilateral forum. In these difficult times, the role of the community and implementation of its main objectives have gained even more importance. Excellencies, we believe that ensuring human rights protection, rule of law, and good governance, underpinned by the increasing access to quality education, are key elements toward the democratic development of country. Strengthening citizen engagement, meaningful participation of youth, including young girls, women, and disadvantaged groups in democratic processes and decision-making, as well as advancing transparency, generating innovation in public service delivery, and strengthening partnership make our endeavors more consolidated. Dear colleagues, here let me stress the vital role of digital technologies for protection and promotion of human rights and democratic advancements, as well as for the recovery from the COVID-19 and accelerating achievement of the 2030 Agenda. Digital technologies have enormous potential for bettering effective and accountable governance, especially in these extraordinary circumstances when disinformation erodes people's trust in democratic institutions. However, at the same time, technologies in wrong hands can equally pose threat to democracy. Regrettably, authoritarian states are using new technologies as an additional efficient tool to pursue their malign interests against the democratic systems. Clear demonstrations of which are cyber attacks targeting democracies that many countries, including my own, have experienced on several occasions. In order to overcome the challenges, let me emphasize the importance of multilateral initiatives, one of which is the COD's Working Group on Democracy and Technology. It is an honor as a chair to facilitate experience sharing within the working group aimed at contributing to the process of increasing benefits of digital technology in line with minimizing its threats against the open societies. The working group has just commenced its first project aimed at showcasing the best practices in using technologies in election process in participating states. We'll be glad to see more members of the Governing Council taking part in this timely endeavor. Excellencies, in conclusion, let me recall what JFK once said. Democracy is never a final achievement. It is a call to an untiring effort. Let me reassure you in our readiness to carry on this untiring effort and make our contribution. I thank you.
We thank the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of Georgia for his message. And we now invite His Excellency Mr. Pedro Broyo Villa, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Guatemala, to speak.
Señor Presidente, quiero iniciar agradeciendo y felicitando a Rumanía por sus esfuerzos durante los últimos 2 años a cargo de la presidencia de la Comunidad de Democracias. La pandemia del COVID-19 requirió de esfuerzos adicionales para acomodar las reuniones al formato virtual, por lo que valoramos su liderazgo y flexibilidad para promover esta histórica actividad. Han transcurrido 21 años desde la primera reunión ministerial de la Comunidad de Democracias, celebrada en la ciudad de Varsovia, A la fecha, la comunidad ha pasado de ser una conferencia a una coalición global intergubernamental de estados democráticos que fomenta el diálogo y promoción de buena gobernanza. Por esta razón, espacios como el de la Comunidad de Democracias permite abordar la importancia de redoblar esfuerzos para garantizar procesos electorales participativos y la promoción de la libertad de opinión y expresión. Además, motiva a que cada Estado facilite el acceso a la justicia para todos y garantice instituciones eficaces que contribuyan a la paz, el respeto de la igualdad de derechos de todos sin distinción alguna, a la inclusión social, la democracia y el Estado de Derecho. Guatemala, en apego a la Declaración de Varsovia, reitera la interdependencia entre la paz, el desarrollo, los derechos humanos y la democracia. Recordamos la universalidad de los valores democráticos y el compromiso de respetar y proteger estos principios. Señor Presidente, reconocemos que cada Estado se encuentra en diferentes etapas de la consolidación de la misma. Por ello, no puedo dejar de mencionar la preocupante situación en Afganistán. Lamentamos el retroceso registrado en el país y por ello nos unimos al llamado internacional e instamos a todas las partes en Afganistán a proteger los derechos humanos de todos los afganos, en particular de las mujeres, adolescentes y niñas. De esa cuenta, destacamos la importancia y necesidad de impulsar el liderazgo y la participación de las mujeres en la prevención y solución pacífica de conflictos. Además, resulta preciso para nuestros países aumentar la representación de las mujeres en todos los niveles de adopción de decisiones en las diferentes instituciones y mecanismos nacionales, regionales e internacionales de prevención y solución de conflictos. Finalizo mi intervención reiterando el compromiso de Guatemala hacia la Comunidad de Democracias, puesto que constituye una plataforma para el intercambio de experiencias y mejores prácticas sobre nuestra agenda común, el fortalecimiento de la democracia, el empoderamiento y participación de las mujeres y los jóvenes, la modernización de las instituciones para proveer servicios digitales y eficientes, el fomento de la paz y seguridad internacionales. Estamos convencidos que las alianzas estratégicas que se han generado en esta comunidad aportan al multilateralismo y coadyuvan para garantizar que se alcance el objetivo 16 de la Agenda 2030. Sociedades pacíficas e inclusivas que aboguen por proteger y fortalecer los derechos humanos para todos. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished minister for his message. And I now invite Her Excellency Ms. Betsitseg Batmonk, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Mongolia, to speak.
Your Excellency Foreign Minister Bogdan Aurescu, Secretary General Thomas Garrett, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the government of Romania for leading the community of democracy during these unprecedented times of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a full-fledged member of the Community of Democracies, Mongolia respects and upholds the core democratic values, principles and standards enshrined in the Warsaw Declaration. Last year, we celebrated the 20th anniversary of the Community of Democracies and its founding document, which provides a set of norms and standards for a country to flourish as a democracy. The milestone anniversary was an opportunity for the unique coalition of democracies to review its past experiences, address current challenges, and embrace new opportunities for democratic development in another 20 years and beyond. Mr. Chair, the COVID-19 pandemic has been testing the resilience of democracies around the world. Democracy in Mongolia remains strong and stable despite the mounting challenges related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Mongolia is fully committed to promote good governance at all levels of government through developing effective, accountable, and transparent institutions and more responsive, inclusive, participatory, and representative decision-making processes. Institutionalized civil society participation continues to play a critical role in the country. In 2019, Mongolia amended its constitution for the second time since it was ratified in 1992, strengthening the powers of the Prime Minister. The constitutional amendments involved innovative and unprecedented participatory processes. Hence, the substantive reforms have started to contribute to the government's stability and accountability, judicial independence, efficient local governance, and equitable resource management. Mr. Chair, at least 79 countries and territories across the globe have decided to postpone national and subnational elections due to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, Mongolia has proven to be resilient even in the face of a global pandemic that has tested the strength of its political institutions. In 2021, Mongolia successfully administered its 8th presidential election, an achievement for its democracy. Over the past 3 decades, Mongolia has consolidated its electoral democracy. We share the belief that there is a need to improve international observation of elections to ensure the transparent and genuine expression of the peoples. Furthermore, we are in a position to offer recommendations for improving the integrity and effectiveness of electoral and related processes without interfering in the election processes. In this regard, the government of Mongolia is cooperating with the international idea to establish the Asian Center of Excellence for Election Observation in Ulaanbaatar to serve as a regional knowledge hub and a clearinghouse for election observation. We are greatly concerned over the democratic backsliding trend in many parts of the world. Together and with the support of the global democratic community, we can reverse this trend. Our common goal is to make the world better, peaceful, and prosperous. Our common goal is to create path to a brighter future and enjoy our fundamental rights and freedoms. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia for her message, and I would like to invite now His Excellency Mr. Nasser Bourita, Minister of Foreign Affairs, African Cooperation and Moroccan Expatriates of the Kingdom of Morocco, to take the floor.
Mr. Secretary General, distinguished ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at the outset to congratulate the Romanian Presidency for organizing the 10th Ministerial Conference of the Community of Democracies around objectives that we share, democracy and resilience. More than a community of interests, our forum has become, since its creation 20 years ago, a true community of values that upholds, defends, and consolidates fundamental democratic principles. As a partner of this community, Morocco remains committed to promoting democracy and strengthening its resilience, as well as supporting adherence to common democratic values, human rights, and rule of law as outlined in the Warsaw Declaration. Under the leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, Morocco is itself actively engaged in a solid process of democratization as a part of the kingdom's long historical trajectory of reforms. One of the latest steps in this process is the adoption this year of a new development model aimed at realizing the country's full potential with the ambition of entrenching democracy to enable citizens to seize their future and live in dignity within an open, diverse, fair, and equitable society. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for Morocco, resilience and democracy go hand in hand. As a matter of fact, the reforms carried by His Majesty the King have continued even in the midst of the pandemic crisis. They have even been enhanced with bold initiatives such as the launching of the generalization of the social protection system. Similarly, and despite a tumultuous context for democracy at the regional level and the challenges posed by a persistent pandemic, the kingdom's democratic vitality was undoubtedly demonstrated during the general elections. 3 votes were held on September the 8th. They saw a participation rate exceeding 50% of eligible voters and reaching more than 60% in the Moroccan Sahara provinces. The international community congratulated Morocco on the success of this election, which was organized with the presence of 4,323 national civil society organizations, in addition to 152 international observers who took on the mission of observing the elections, providing an additional safeguard of transparency and integrity. In addition to essential democratic principles and practices such as free and fair elections, I would like to emphasize in particular that one of the factors that characterize our community is its inclusive approach to civil society. In Morocco, the fabric of civil society has never been so dense. The 2011 Constitution has given it a very important role. In addition to its consultative role, it is also a catalyst for development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Morocco believes that consolidating democracy and strengthening its resilience requires guaranteeing citizens not only their fundamental rights, but also a healthy and prosperous living environment in security, stability, and harmony. Building such resilience include, among other things, 1. Fighting terrorism and religious extremism, as Morocco is pursuing with the inauguration in Rabat last June of the United Nations Office Counterterrorism Program Office for Counterterrorism and Training in Africa. 2. Promoting safe, orderly, and regular migration as provided in the Marrakesh Compact and as advocated by Morocco at the continental and international levels. 3. Preserving the environment and mitigating the devastating impact of climate change by stepping up ambition, as Morocco committed to with an overreaching energy transition policy. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of Morocco for his message, and I would like now to invite Mr. Bujar Osmani, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of North Macedonia, to take the floor.
Dear Chairman Aurescu, Secretary General Garrett, Ministers, Distinguished Shahid, Under-Secretary General Madame Di Carlo, civil society and youth representatives. It is an honor to address you today, bearing in mind that my country is the newest and the first community of democracies, member from the Western Balkans. I congratulate the Romanian Presidency for organizing the 10th Ministerial Conference, thus providing us with an adequate platform for exchange of views on ways and means to promote and protect our shared values and principles enshrined in the Warsaw Declaration. I believe we can all agree the topic chosen for today's deliberations, democracy and resilience, shared goals, is more than pertinent, given the democratic backsliding trends and the multiple challenges and threats the democracy faces worldwide. Speaking of platforms for constructive dialogue, I would like to mention the initiative we launched this year, the PRESPA Forum for Dialogue, envisaged as a setting for promoting reconciliation, confidence building, and political dialogue, built upon the authentic story reflected in the 3 agreements that make North Macedonia a unique example in the region and beyond: the Ohrid Framework Agreement of 2001, the 2017 Friendship Treaty with Bulgaria, and the historic PRESPA Agreement with Greece in 2018. The very essence of the 3 agreements is embedded in the deep conviction that peace is always better than war, that the next generations are more important than the next elections, and that the real compromise that moves us forward is better than the false victory that pulls us back. We were honored by the participation of Secretary General Garrett at the high-level plenary session, giving credit to the reform progress of North Macedonia and its experiences and achievements over its 30 years of independence and its path of European and Euro-Atlantic integration. I particularly welcome the participation of Mr. Abdullah Shahid and Rosemary Di Carlo at today's conference, as my country remains a staunch supporter of effective multilateralism, also verified with our successful bid for 2023 OSCE chairmanship. Also, guided by the spirit of cooperation and solidarity, I am proud to share that North Macedonia has agreed to offer safe refuge and host temporarily at least 750 at-risk Afghans who worked with the international organizations in Afghanistan, from which almost 200 have already arrived in the country. In conclusion, looking at the text of the ministerial declaration we are adopting today, I cannot accentuate more the importance of the values, principles and commitments, whether it comes to tackling the COVID-19 pandemic, fighting corruption, disinformation, providing conducive environment for civil society and an independent media, quality education, civic culture of inclusion and respect for diversity, proper use of digital technologies, achieving gender equality, as well as meaningful participation of women and youth. Mentioning youth, we are thrilled to have in our delegation for this UN General Assembly session, for the first time, the participation of a youth delegate. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, dear Minister Osmani, for your message. And I would like now to invite Mr. Zbigniew Rau, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Poland, to take the floor.
Distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, Secretary General Garrett, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me congratulate Romania and personally Minister Aurescu for a successful presidency of the Community of Democracies. I also extend my gratitude to Secretary General Thomas Garrett for organizing such a great conference. Poland, as one of the community's founding nations and the host country of the Permanent Secretariat, is proud to see the development of our community. This year's conference is dedicated to the democracy and resilience. It is indeed more important than ever to build resilient democracies. Promoting democracy is one of the priorities of Poland's foreign policy and a cross-cutting theme of Polish development cooperation. In particular, we focus on the EU eastern and southern neighborhoods. Community of Democracies gives us the opportunity to recognize that while there is no single model of democracy, all democracies share essential features. Today, with a great concern, we observe a decline of democratic standards, a rise of authoritarian regimes, violations of fundamental freedoms, and shrinking space for civil society. From Warsaw, we can see clearly how the situation in this regard is deteriorating in Belarus and Russia. Governments need to feel accountable, so there is a substantial role to play for the representatives of civil society in advocating for democracy and upholding human rights. Going further, governments are required to respect human rights by enabling access to information and services through modern technologies. This access, as well as many other problems, have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. It resulted in an increased disinformation and hate speech. I have no doubt that working together, we can overcome these obstacles and build back stronger than ever. Thank you for your attention.
I thank Minister Zbigniew Rau for his message, and I would like now to invite Mr. Augusto Santos Silva, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Portuguese Republic, to take the floor.
The circumstances the world has been facing demonstrate the significance of this kind of initiatives. The pandemic only exacerbated a trend we had been witnessing for some time: the backsliding of democracy and the resurgence of authoritarian regimes. Sometimes even where we would never have foreseen it happening 21 years ago when we founded the Community of Democracies. It is now more important than ever that we reaffirm our commitment to democracy and democratic values, that we recommit to the principles enshrined in the Warsaw Declaration, and remind ourselves of the purposes we had in mind when we agreed and determined ourselves to that declaration. Acknowledging that it is only through cooperation that we can achieve our goals, we also agreed then to support one another in meeting these objectives. And I dare to add that it is only through sincere cooperation that we can aspire to achieve those goals. Given its own history, Portugal attaches the utmost importance to democratic values. We know that democracy is not the static status one achieves at the end of a certain process and forever holds. It is a process in itself, a constant work in progress at all times. And we know how important it is to benefit from the example and experience of our partners at all times and at all stages. That is why we didn't give it a second thought when 21 years ago we were invited to become founding members of the Community of Democracies, and we did not hesitate when we renewed our commitment 4 years ago. We believe in this project. Leading by example implies that we should not antagonize those who need us the most at a time when they need us the most. If we do, we risk losing the war we are now fighting, because we are at a war against all the current threats to democracy: corruption, the rise of hate speech, the spread of disinformation, the rising populisms, the ever more recurrent disregards for human rights. Our weapons to fight this war are each and every one of us, both individually and collectively considered. It's our democratic example. We need to reach out humbly to those who are succumbing to populism and authoritarianism, and try to understand what's happening so we can find the most effective way of passing on our message, our democratic message. Show them support and tolerance so they can learn what tolerance means. Let them understand that only through democracy can they achieve economic development in liberty. Any society, regardless of its geography, its development, its stage, or religious beliefs, may be a democratic society. We all know that. We just need to translate it into action, and the time to do it is now.
I thank the Foreign Minister of Portugal for his statement, and I have now the pleasure to invite Her Excellency Mrs. Ann Linde, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden, to take the floor.
Thank you, Minister Aurescu, for convening us at the 10th Ministerial Conference of the Community of Democracies. Thank you also to Secretary General Thomas Garrett for your remarks and to all other speakers. Promoting and defending democracy is more important than ever and the key priority for my government. Sweden is also a strong defender of the rule-based international order, multilateralism and international cooperation, which is why we welcome this meeting held at the margin of this year's high-level week. Since 2019, Sweden has been pursuing a foreign policy initiative called Drive for Democracy. We launched this initiative as a response and a counter-narrative to the deeply concerning democratic backsliding we have been witnessing for some time. Attacks and restrictions on free and independent media and civil society are often used as tools to undermine democracy. Human rights defenders, including trade unionists demanding human rights in the world of work, find themselves under greater pressure today than ever before. Time and again, we witness how people are taking to the streets, sometimes risking their lives in the strive for the full enjoyment of human rights. We must continue to stand up for those defending democracy's processes and institutions and act whenever democracy is challenged. This has proven even more important today as it becomes increasingly clear how the pandemic has further exacerbated the global democratic backsliding. As chairperson in office of the OSCE, I have made democracy, human rights and the rule of law key priorities, and they are a natural part of every conversation. Meetings with civil society, human rights defenders and journalists are a standing and all-important part of all my travels. The message received in every conversation with those who so bravely fight for their rights is a conviction that democracy provides for the best foundation for a sustainable society. Democracy means the freedom to think, speak and love who you want. Democracy enables you to make your voices heard and gives you the right to influence and demand accountability. And at the heart of a functioning democracy lie the full enjoyment of human rights for all women and girls and achieving gender equality. From these perspectives, the case for democracy is self-evident, but it is also a case we need to argue for and fight for every day. Excellencies, in these times, we must step up our collective efforts to promote, protect and defend democracy and human rights every day. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden for her message, and I would like to invite now Lord Ahmad of Wimbledon, Prime Minister Special Representative on Preventing Sexual Violence in Conflict and Minister of State of the United Kingdom.
Distinguished colleagues, our ideals as a community of democracies are under attack. Extremism, authoritarianism, and populism are on the rise. They have corroded the foundations of democracy through violence in Afghanistan, through electoral fraud in Belarus. As the birthplace of the Magna Carta and one of the world's most established and oldest democracies, the UK will continue to support open democratic societies, stress the importance of inclusive human rights, gender equality, religious freedom, and the rule of law. Because we know they are the best guarantors of individual opportunity and indeed effective government. Resilient democracies are built on the participation of ordinary people, of all creeds and colours, all genders, orientations and beliefs. And in response to the shadow pandemic of a shocking increase in violence against women, against girls, against minorities, against journalists, we have used our G7 presidency to promote the 3 E's. Firstly, educating girls, empowering women, and ending gender-based violence. Later this year, we will deliver an inclusive COP26 that is focused on amplifying the voices of women, girls, and all marginalized communities. And we will give our full support to France as they prepare for the Gender Equality Forum in June. In the UK's government's integrated review of security, defence, development and foreign policy, we committed to act as a force for good in the world. And we will continue to promote freedom of expression, the rule of law, effective and transparent governance, and robust media, civil societies, and democratic institutions. We will work to support transparent and accountable political processes and institutions overseas. And importantly, let me say this, we will work with all of you to make the US-convened Summit for Democracy a launchpad for the defence of democratic values. I leave you with a final observation. Our streets do not echo to the sound of demonstrators demanding tyranny and authoritarian rule. Democratic activists in tyrannical and authoritarian countries speak to a universal truth, that everyone wants to be treated with fairness and treated with respect, and to live in a system that offers opportunity for all, full accountability and justice, and ultimately hope for future generations. This universal truth must stiffen our resolve to intensify our work, our collective, collaborative work in support of democracy everywhere across the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Ahmad of Wimbledon, for your statement. And I would like now to invite Mr. Francisco Bustillo, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay, to deliver his speech.
Your Excellencies, Uruguay greets all the delegations participating in this celebration of the 10th Ministerial Conference of the Community of Democracies. We appreciate the work done organizing this event by the Romanian Presidency in the person of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bogdan, Aurescu, as well as by the Secretary General of the Community of Democracies, Thomas Garrett, and the Permanent Secretariat, and we would also like to express our congratulations. Unfortunately, we are celebrating this conference at a time in which many lives have been lost in the world and many people's health has been affected due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The consequences of this pandemic have reached political, social, and economical levels. Facing these facts, the states must continue to act in accordance with the highest democratic standards and give effective and accountable responses framed in the guarantees that the Constitution and the law provide to the citizens, and also ensuring full respect for human rights. In such a situation as the current one, we understand it is necessary to highlight the importance of the multilateralism as well as the need to improve international cooperation and solidarity. Uruguay has a strong commitment to the defense of democracy, which is not only demonstrated internally through the defense of the institutions, protection and promotion of the human rights, strengthening of citizen participation or public transparency, but also in its international relations at the bilateral, regional, and multilateral level. We value the role and the contribution of the Community of Democracies to consolidate and expand democracy throughout the world. As a member of this forum, we have maintained an active role in the different instances that comprise it, especially within the framework of the Governing Council and the working groups on promotion and of freedoms of opinion expression on a woman and democracy. As a sign of the commitment of Uruguay to the community, we have already sent a note expressing our willingness to renew our membership in the Governing Council. Uruguay undertakes to continue working together with the member states of the community, other democracies, and the civil society to promote and strengthen adherence to common democratic values and standards as described in the Warsaw Declaration on Democracy, Human Rights, and the Rule of Law are inseparable parts of our institutional foundations, as well as public liberties, political pluralism, and freedom of expression are part of the foundations of our society. We trust that the challenges we face today are going to be triggered to promote by the member states of the Community of Democracies joint efforts towards a democratic, sustainable, participate, and inclusive development. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uruguay for his statement, and I would like to invite now Mr. Svetlan Stoyev, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria, to deliver his message.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Community of Democracies is based on shared values and shared goals. For more than 20 years, it has brought together all like-minded nations in a global intergovernmental coalition of democratic states and acts as a multi-stakeholder platform for dialogue. The still raging COVID-19 pandemic has put both our societies and economies under extreme strain. It showed our human weaknesses, our susceptibility to panic and impulsive, instinctive reactions and decisions. At these hard times, respect for democracy and the rule of law becomes more important than ever. The core democratic principles and practices enshrined in the Warsaw Declaration of the year 2000 are still brutally trampled in different parts of the world. We need once again to stand as one in their support. We also need to pool our efforts using the indispensable tool of multilateral cooperation and show unreserved solidarity with those in need, with the weakest, with the poorest, and the most vulnerable. The key to strengthening democracy worldwide is intrinsically interconnected to the respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. This in turn is a major prerequisite for bringing about security and successful recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. In this context, Bulgaria places particular focus on building societal resilience. It goes hand in hand with firmly protecting our democracies from various threats and attacks. We must direct our efforts against the flooding of cyberspace with fake news and conspiracy theories with regard, for example, to both the pandemic and vaccines. We must respond with maximum resolve to the increasingly frequent and severe malicious cyber attacks exploiting vulnerabilities of our democratic societies. Our future is in our own hands. We must be up to the challenge as there is no other acceptable alternative. The more united we are in our common goals, the greater are our chances to win the battle with the COVID-19 pandemic, the most devastating calamity for humanity in modern times, as well as master climate change and successfully meet all other global challenges of the 21st century. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished Foreign Minister of Bulgaria for his message, and I will give now the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Candia Camisoko Camara, Minister of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs, African Integration and the Diaspora of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire.
Mr. President, let me begin by
congratulating Romania for convening this meeting, and by the same token, express my sincere gratitude for the honor bestowed on my country to be invited to share its views on democracy and resilience, shared objectives, a timely topic whose relevance is understandable given the many challenges of the current global context. Mr. President, the 2005 World Summit provided the United Nations member states the opportunity to renew their commitment to further promote democracy based on the shared conviction that it's the best political system to protect human rights and promote sustainable development. This noble commitment to promote the values and principles of democracy is now seriously undermined, particularly in a global context characterized by the rise of nationalisms, hate speeches, populism, and religious fundamentalisms. Therefore, we need to pool our researches in order to curb the COVID-19 pandemic and put our economics back on track if we are to create democracy-friendly social and political environment within our states. This is the foundation of my country and wavering commitment to all international, regional, and sub-regional legal frameworks promoting democracy and good governance, including inter alia. The African Chapter on Democracy, Elections and Good Governance of January 30, 2007, the ECOWAS Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance, additional to the protocol relating to the mechanism for prevention, management, settlement of conflicts, maintenance of peace and security of December 21, 2001. Mr. President, entrenching democracy is a permanent quest that requires our constant commitment. This principle of governance offers us a double promise, including peace and the emancipation of people. As a result, the Ivorian government is working relentlessly to entrench and strengthen democratic governance through institutional and legislative measures in order to allow a great involvement of women and youngsters in the political sphere, to promote civil society and media as key actors to democratic governance, to guarantee an oversight of the executive power by creating a Senate which, together with the National Assembly, provide a counterpower, to ensure control of government action to protect human rights by the National Commission for Human Rights, an independent administrative authority created by law number 2018-900 of November 30, 2018. Furthermore, the Ivorian government set up an inclusive national dialogue platform, not only to promote dialogue between the government and all the political parties, but also to strengthen citizen participation in electoral processes, increase women's votes and representativeness in elective positions. A law adopted in 2019 imposes on the number of candidates they present, and further, consolidate democratic gains and peace in Côte d'Ivoire. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by reaffirming Côte d'Ivoire's constant attachment to the principles and values of democracy, which we strongly believe are indispensable for building a fair, peaceful, and equitable society. Therefore, we call all the nations with whom we share these noble values to keeping supporting all the young democracies around the world, democracy for the benefit of peace, stability, and sustainable development in the world. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished Minister of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs, African Integration and Diaspora of Côte d'Ivoire for her speech, and I would like to invite now His Excellency Mr. Gordan Grlić Radman, Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Affairs of Republic of Croatia, to take the floor.
Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
Let me express my gratitude to the Romanian Presidency for organizing this meeting. Today, our countries are devoting best efforts in combating the COVID-19 pandemic and build back better and greener. Of course, all measures taken for the recovery should go hand in hand with the respect and protection of human rights and the rule of law. We echo the message of the UN Secretary General and his call to action for human rights to learn from the lessons of the past 18 months to strengthen democratic resilience in the face of future crises. We witness cases of denial of human rights, from discrimination and inhuman punishments to suffering and hardship caused by food shortage and diseases resulting from conflicts and climate change. Croatia stands ready to contribute with its experience in the post-conflict and the transitional matters regionally and globally. Mr. Secretary General, Croatia views Agenda 2030 and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals and Guidelines for Progress as a whole and a framework for achieving a more sustainable future on national, regional and global level. In the past 15 years, Croatia has undertook numerous reforms to make the judicial system more efficient, independent, transparent and professional. Croatia's National Recovery and Resilience Plan and National Development Strategy until 2030 play a key role in helping us emerge stronger from the COVID-19 pandemic. They will support the implementation of crucial investment and reform measures in the judicial system and fight against corruption. Croatia is deeply convinced that challenges that confront our societies cannot be addressed without the leadership and engagement of women. In this sense, Croatia is continuously working on the realization of substantive gender equality and supports women's empowerment. We do it through our bilateral relations, development cooperation and our activities within the UN, EU and NATO. Our shared goals should be equal opportunities for all, including persons with disabilities, persons with a migrant background and marginalized communities. Full protection of the rights of minorities, human rights defenders and journalists. Finally, as a member of ECOSOC for the term 2022-2024, Croatia is prepared to invest all its efforts to contribute to make ECOSOC deliver a strong multilateral response to the pandemic in the spirit of global solidarity and partnership. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished Foreign Minister of Croatia for his message, and I would like to invite now Mr. Edgars Rinkević, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Latvia, to take the floor.
Dear colleagues, when restoring our independence 30 years ago, Latvia made a clear and obvious choice for democracy. Today, we enjoy the benefits of progressive development driven by solid institutions with the support of free and independent media and active civil society. Still today, we find democracy increasingly under pressure worldwide. As we speak, there are ongoing processes of erosion of democracy. We see brutal oppressions of civil society and independent media in Belarus, deteriorating human rights situation in Crimea, illegally annexed by Russia. In front of our eyes, the democratic system we had been building in Afghanistan for 20 years is falling apart. This is to mention but a few. But also, stable Western democracies, including my own country, Latvia, are facing challenges. Fragmentation of societies, growing polarization and declining levels of tolerance, as well as diminishing civic activity and participation in democratic processes. These are trends with far-reaching adverse consequences for our societies. These trends are fueled by uncritical operation of social media, disinformation, and more recently, also by COVID-19 pandemic crisis. But even more so by complacence. We cannot take democracy for granted. To protect it, we need to pay full attention and take action. Support and dialogue with civil societies, cooperation with NGO community. Maximum support to media freedom and safety of journalists has to be high on our common agenda. Strengthening the Institute of Free and Fair Elections and facilitate participation in the elections is another fundamental direction to work on. Latvia is contributing to strengthening societal resilience by protecting human rights, free media and information literacy. Democratic governance and civic engagement are also a long-standing priority in Latvian development cooperation. Over 60% of our bilateral aid explicitly targets good governance, justice and democratic engagement. In the last few years, we have increased our financial support to civil society and independent media in Belarus, as well as to women's NGOs in Syria. As witnessed during the pandemic, disinformation has particularly negative impact in time of crisis. We need to work together to establish common accountability and transparency standards for online platform providers. These standards should ensure that disinformation is addressed without undermining freedom of expression. The Latvian government and society have responded with resilience-building measures at a global level.
Now to invite Her Excellency Mrs. Dominique Hassler, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Education and Sport of the Principality of Liechtenstein, to deliver her speech.
Mr. President, I thank you for convening this meeting and for spearheading the Community of Democracies. The importance of standing together as democracies grows with the threats our free societies face. They are diverse and sometimes subliminal, tearing at the very fabric of our way of living together. The same forces that aim to erode trust in our institutions prevent us from making progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular SDGs 16. We have to stand up to them as a way to make good on our generational promise, and we need to face them head-on. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted strengths as much as weaknesses in our democratic societies and our multilateral institutions. We have not yet found the right responses to the infodemic. We must be more effective in countering systematic misinformation while upholding the freedom of expression, which is at the core of our democratic societies. The Community of Democracies can be a platform for that discussion. We also have seen how important democratic accountability is in emergency situations. It ensures the proportionality and reversibility of the harsh measures many of us had to apply in the domestic contexts. We have all witnessed how easy it is for authoritarian tendencies to grow in times of crisis, to use the opportunity to stifle dissent and to close civil society spaces. Let me pay tribute here to the brave women of Belarus standing up against overwhelming odds and pervasive human rights violations. We must stand behind them and the many others fighting for their freedom around the world today with a clear message of support. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished Foreign Minister of Liechtenstein for her message, and I would like to invite now His Excellency Mr. Evarist Bartolo, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Malta, to take the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Human rights are universal and not specific to a particular culture or political system. Promoting them globally cannot be dismissed as interfering in the internal affairs of other countries. But as we promote human rights, we must be very careful not to develop a Manichaean foreign policy, especially if we are self-righteous and overlook the fact that all of us in the world have serious human rights issues in our own societies, and so should talk with humility when we talk about democracy in the rest of the world. President Joe Biden showed some of this humility after the assault on the Capitol last January, when he said that democracy is fragile, that it must always be defended, that we must be ever vigilant. And he was not referring to countries with autocratic regimes. He was referring to his own country, the United States of America. We also expose ourselves to accusations of double standards and hypocrisy when we weaponize human rights according to our geopolitical interests and buyers of our armaments. If a country with problems in human rights is within our sphere of influence, we have no problems selling it arms. But if another country sells arms to another country with human rights problems, and that country is not our ally, then we invoke human rights to denounce such arms deals and try to stop them. After all, what do we mean by human rights? When we talk of human rights, we should widen our focus on human rights to include not just the political rights to elections, freedom of expression and assembly, but also economic and social rights, like the right to a life without poverty, with access to health, education, employment, and decent accommodation. Political, social, and economic rights are indivisible. They go together and reinforce each other. In every country in the world, there is still a lot of work to do to ensure that every person on the planet enjoys full political, economic, and social human rights. Some countries stress political rights. These are not enough. Others stress social and economic rights. These are not enough either. We should concentrate on tackling the political, social, and economic shortcomings in our own societies to enable more people to live free from fear and want. Leading by example is the best way forward. Thank you.
I thank the Foreign Minister of Malta for his message, and I would like to invite now Mr. Nicolae Popescu, Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Integration of the Republic of Moldova, to deliver his message. We have a small technical problem, so we will go to the following intervention. And I would like to invite now Her Excellency, Mrs. Erika Moins, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Panama, to deliver her message.
Let me start by congratulating Mr. Aurescu for Romania's presidency of the Community of Democracies. The world is facing one of the greatest challenges of modern history. The pandemic tested our strength of our institutions. It has tested our individual, regional, and global leadership to provide for humanity in this darkest hour. It has tested democracy. The hit was hard, and challenge is not over yet. But we have prevailed, and we have done so because of international coordination and cooperation, and a democratic rule-based order. It's not easy, and we don't always succeed, but together we have been able to distribute indispensable supplies in the fight against the virus and save lives. We must continue cooperating bigger and better. Panama has undertaken difficult and sometimes unpopular decisions to prepare for the country and its people for the post-pandemic world. We're paving the road to a new reality, a reality that demands resilience, preparedness, cooperation, and strong democratic institutions. That is why this year, in the 200th anniversary of our independence, we're working on closing gaps, Bicentennial Pact, an initiative of a new social contract with the input of thousands of Panamanian citizens and organizations. This milestone in our country and continent's history is a demonstration of the value we put on active public participation and engaged citizenry, key tenets in any representative democracy. By expanding the spaces of participation, we can build more robust and inclusive institutions. We must all do our job to strengthen our democracies and to foster a multilateral system aligned with democratic values that ensure the well-being and safety of all.
I thank the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama for her message. And I would like now to give the floor to His Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia, Mr. Anže Logar.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year Slovenia is celebrating 30 years since gaining independence and becoming a democratic state. Our path towards statehood was neither straightforward nor self-evident. That is why we cherish democratic values even more. Slovenia is firmly convinced that democracy should be considered as a universal value based on the freely expressed will of people to determine their own future. It is of paramount importance to strive for an open and responsible society, building on universal human rights and the rule of law. I would like to thank Romania for convening the 10th Conference of the Community of Democracies and for being a very active presidency. According to the OECD data, 68% of the global population is living under autocratic regimes. The COVID-19 pandemic has worsened the already existing trend toward more autocratic governance, and there is a clear increase of illiberal or authoritarian practices that violate human rights. For example, national elections and referendums have been postponed in at least 41 countries and territories, in some cases leading to political crisis and conflict. I'm convinced that the post-pandemic recovery will have to include building resilient democracies for future threats. Reinforced support is required to strengthen the capacities of states and the trust of citizens. As donors, we have to reach out to developing countries whose systems are at highest risk. Slovenia raised funds for technical assistance, especially for cooperation with state and public administration in our partner countries. A particular attention is devoted to young people who are vital to developing peaceful and open societies. At the same time, new or adjusted support strategies might be required to respond to democratic backsliding, such as cyber attacks and collection of personal data to be used against citizens. Slovenia advocates high quality, transparent, responsible and ethical artificial intelligence based on human rights principles. We need appropriate artificial intelligence governance that will adequately supervise its application. It is crucial to gain citizens' trust in order to implement safe and robust digital solutions that improve people's lives and support their fundamental freedoms, as well as the democratic process in general. I'm certain that our debates in the framework of the Community of Democracies offer an excellent opportunity for further concrete and consolidated actions to defend our shared values and principles as enshrined in the Warsaw Declaration. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia for his remarks. And I now invite His Excellency Mr. José Manuel Álvarez, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Cooperation and the European Union of the Kingdom of Spain, to address us.
I would like to thank Romania for convening this meeting. Representatives of all regions signed the Warsaw Declaration in June 2000. It is an expression of the fundamental relation between human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It naturally covers human rights, but it also describes the way in which a democracy must function to be deserving of the name, that is, through an independent judiciary and a transparent government. Democracies function at a national level, but safeguarding these values and making sure they are upheld is a global endeavor. Therefore, we must reinforce and recognize United Nations' role in this endeavor. The principles and values of the Declaration need to be defended always and everywhere. But they are even more important when government and states walk on a slippery road towards fragility, even failure, or when they are entangled in conflict. Increasingly, the international community has come to realize that human rights and the political participation of civil society, especially the active engagement of women, are a guarantee of resilience and a means to prevent conflict. For a democracy to function and thrive, it is essential
that women be included on a full and equal footing in the political process, and that the participation at all levels of civil society be guaranteed. The fast and unstoppable expansion of digital communications is a fundamental tool for freedom and expression, and yet some powerful actors use it to manipulate people. In the last few years, we have witnessed some states curtailing access to the internet as a measure to contain popular movements. The international community does not yet have the means to combat dangers such as fake news, hate speech in a coordinated manner. But we must make all necessary efforts to ensure that they not erode our values. Finally, the COVID pandemic, which has disrupted our economies through its effects on supply chain and on the movement of people, has impacted our democracies too. We are facing not only serious health problems, but also a political challenge, and it is precisely in these circumstances that principles and values must show their full strength. The respect of human dignity and solidarity, the principle of not leaving anyone behind, are now more important than ever. Democracy has proven to be the only way to channel these values. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs, Cooperation in the European Union of the Kingdom of Spain for his statement. And I now invite the Honorable Professor G.L. Pieris, Foreign Minister of Sri Lanka, to speak.
Secretary General, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, may I express our gratitude to Foreign Minister Bogdan Aurescu for convening this virtual 10th Ministerial Conference of the Community of Democracies in New York under the Romanian Presidency on the sidelines of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Sri Lanka has been a founder member of the community, having taken part in the inaugural meeting over 2 decades ago in Warsaw. With a long tradition of democracy, having had universal adult franchise since 1931, even before our independence from colonialism, long before many countries in the world. Sri Lanka is proud to be the oldest democracy in Asia, with amongst the highest voter turnout in the world. We strongly believe informed participation by all elements of society, men and women in a country's economic and political life, is essential for the building of a vibrant and durable democratic society. The Bucharest Statement, adopted last year, marking our 20th anniversary of our community, recognized the grave risks to democracy posed by the pandemic. The theme of our conference, Democracy and Resilience, is therefore exceedingly timely as we are gathered here today amidst a world seeking to recover from a debilitating global pandemic that has taken a heavy toll on every country across the globe, resulting in grave challenges to our economic and social development, and with an increase of distrust of governments, social upheaval, the rise of extremism and hatred that threaten our democratic values and traditions. Democracies are stronger when they work together, and it is only through confronting these global challenges together and upholding our traditions, shared values and principles enshrined in the Warsaw Declaration, and the promotion of effective multilateralism and a rules-based international order that we can be resilient and ward off these threats. We need to do more to promote government-to-government and people-to-people linkages and promote civil education and literacy that will strengthen our democratic institutions, and the sharing of best practices will support these norms and values. Where appropriate, we need to promote discussions and forums on subjects relevant to democratic governance to continue and deepen our dialogue on democratization. Civil society and youth are necessary to help strengthen democratic resilience. The role of women, too, is crucial. In this regard, Sri Lanka was pleased to take part with Liberia, the Philippines, Romania, and Nepal in the Engaging Women in Sustaining Peace project last year, carried out by the Secretariat of the Community, where women leaders in peace building and peacekeeping were interviewed to present their stories to the public and highlight the many achievements of women in sustaining peace as well as challenges to their participation in these settings, and raise awareness about the contribution that women make across the world to preventing and resolving conflicts and peace building that can serve to inspire future generations to actively engage women in sustaining peace and serve as a guide to best practices. We look forward to a rich exchange of views on ways and means to uphold better, consolidate, and more effectively defend our shared values and principles at this conference. At this critical juncture, let us all rededicate ourselves to work with renewed vigor and commitment to collectively work towards reinforcing and safeguarding our democratic principles and systems of governance built on respect for human rights, strong institutional capacity, transparency, and trust, if we are to overcome the global crises before us and build back a more humane and sustainable world for the benefit of future generations. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished Minister of Sri Lanka for his statements. And I now invite Her Excellency, Mrs. Rinath Sandhu, Secretary of the Ministry of External Affairs of India, to address.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by thanking His Excellency Mr. Bogdan Aurescu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, for convening the 10th meeting of the Community of Democracies. As one of the founding members and as the world's largest democracy, with well-established democratic institutions and practices, India is proud of its association with the Community of Democracies. We last met in June 2020 when we commemorated the 20th anniversary of the Warsaw Declaration. Excellencies, recognizing the close link between development and democracy, India has pursued inclusive and sustainable development to ensure a better life for our citizens. As part of our development agenda, we have undertaken targeted policy measures to empower the most vulnerable segments of our society. Our commitment to democratic principles has acquired even more salience as we battle the COVID-19 pandemic. For a large and developing country like India, democracy and resilience go hand in hand as we face the pandemic and other defining challenges of our day. We have made our fight against the pandemic a genuine people's movement, forged by democratic principles, discipline, and decisive leadership. The focus has been on welfare of the most vulnerable and an inclusive, human-centric vision. This is the same approach we have adopted beyond our borders as we continue to extend a helping hand to our partners. We have supplied medicines and medical equipment to over 150 partner countries and are playing our part in global efforts to develop and produce vaccines and to address vaccine inequity. The post-COVID world demands a new vision of globalization based on inclusiveness, fairness, equality, and humanity, a vision that is at the heart of India's civilizational ethos of viewing the world as one family. Unfortunately, the pandemic is not the only challenge confronting us. As the world fights the COVID-19 virus, we also need to fight the infodemic of false information and fake news being used to sow hatred among communities and countries and weaken democracies. Terrorism is an existential threat to democracy. Those who practice and harbor terror cannot respect democratic values or institutions. Pluralism, diversity, human rights, and freedoms are alien values to those who preach terrorism and radicalization. As a community of democracies, we must stand resolutely against terrorism and its perpetrators. Over the past month, we have witnessed dramatic changes in Afghanistan. There has been a transition of power without negotiation and in a non-inclusive manner, which raises questions on its acceptability. It is important that the new government in Afghanistan is broad-based and inclusive, representing all sections of Afghan society, including women and minorities. Finally, we must remember that democratic governance is important, not only at national or local levels, but equally on the global stage. While we as a group are united by the practice of democratic governance at home, in the larger international arena, the global governance architecture has elements of non-inclusiveness and less than fully participatory institutions. Contemporary institutions must reflect the voices of today and not the architecture of a bygone era. What we need is a reform multilateralism which reflects contemporary realities and is fit for purpose to address today's challenges. The change must begin here at the United Nations. We hope that our common ideals of democratic inclusiveness and a level playing field will guide members of this community in supporting reforms of the international governance system. This is the spirit in which India co-founded the UN Democracy Fund, which supports projects that strengthen the voice of civil society, promote human rights, and encourage the participation of all groups in democratic processes. India is among the largest contributors to the fund. I take this opportunity to reaffirm India's commitment to work with our partners in the community of democracies by sharing our experiences and by identifying best practices to strengthen our democratic institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Sandhu, for your comments. And I now welcome His Excellency Mr. Jens Frolek Holt, State Secretary and Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Norway.
Thank you, Chair, Bogdan Aurescu, Your Excellencies, dear friends. We all have to do our part and protect and promote democracy. And as has been said multiple times today, we need to start to do so at home. According to the varieties of democracy index that's been made, the level of democracy enjoyed by the average global citizen in 2020 are down to levels that was last found around 1990. Electoral autocracy remains the most common type of regime. And in 2020, some 68% of the world population lived in closed or electoral autocracies, as opposed to 48% in 2010. So let me share 3 observations in this regard. Firstly, most threats to democracy come from within, from elected leaders who deliberately act in violation and breach of democratic principles. Without proper checks and balances by independent, competent, and impartial democratic institutions, like independent media, civil society, and the courts, of course, this trend away from democracy is bound to just go on in the years to come. It also puts at risk a very core principle of democracy, and that is the protection of the rights of the minority group. Secondly, we must acknowledge and face up to the fact that elected leaders have a duty to serve the country as a whole, not just the people who voted for them. In fact, that's what makes a truly great leader, being able to stand up and see your whole country, not only the political group that elected you. We must make our utmost to protect and make it possible for future generations to live in inclusive democracies based on tolerance, respect for human rights, and the rule of law. And thirdly, it is what we do that matters most, not exactly what we say. As a community of democracies, we are committed to the core principles that is set out in the Warsaw Declaration. These 19 principles are interdependent and mutually reinforcing. This is not a menu where we can pick and choose. The community's credibility as a defender of democracy depends on the ability of each of us state representatives to live up to these standards. And we must all start by safeguarding democracy at home. Freedom of expression is one of the principles enshrined in the Warsaw Declaration. It's essential that all members of society are able to take part in a free exchange of views and use ideas, speech, images, and even computer games to influence social development. The Norwegian government has recently launched a new strategy for promoting freedom of expression in Norwegian foreign and development policy. So with our new strategy, we paved the way for a deeper global engagement of freedom of expression, and we are very eager to engage with this community on that path. It's a very important endeavor in this time and age, and I hope we can continue the discussions here on freedom of expression in the time to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, for your comments. And I would now like to invite His Excellency Mr. Nicolae Popescu, Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Integration of the Republic of Moldova, to take the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking the government of Romania for convening this important meeting of the Community of Democracies. I am pleased to be among the friends of this global intergovernmental coalition. In an era of multiple global challenges, this conference offers an excellent opportunity to recommit ourselves to multilateral cooperation. In particular, the COVID-19 outbreak reminded us how powerless we are in isolation in a highly interdependent world and reinforced the belief in the need of multilateralism. The Community of Democracies, through its initiatives in various areas, represents a valuable platform that fits well into a system of network multilateralism that can tackle existing and emerging challenges regarding the protection of democratic freedoms, consolidation of democratic institutions, and political participation. This year, the Republic of Moldova celebrated its 30th anniversary of independence. But our country is still passing through a transitional process, assimilating the best practices and standards. The government works towards the strengthening of its democratic institutions and the exercise of good governance through the ongoing fight against corruption and its initiated reforms, while emphasizing the key role of the justice sector reform. The immediate priority is to undertake further actions on strengthening the independence and integrity of the judiciary. One critical element is the need to proceed with the extraordinary evaluation of judges and prosecutors. Another aspect of democratic society is the respect for human rights and fundamental freedom. Our government has been active in trying to improve the human rights situation in the country in line with international treaties to which Moldova is a party. The government attaches great importance to human rights in the Transnistrian region of the Republic of Moldova and reaffirms its determination to step up efforts to protect human rights for all. In this context, I would like to reiterate the commitment of Moldova to the core values of the Community of Democracies: partnership with civil society, dialogue, peer learning, advocacy on behalf of democratic standards, pluralism, civic education, support for other emerging democracies. Thus, the Republic of Moldova fully acknowledges and shares the purposes of the Community of Democracies. Excellencies, our country adheres to the vision of the Community of Democracies, and this vision is based on and will support our future action in this regard. We are confident that the Community of Democracies will continue to be an indispensable international actor in the inclusive framework of a multilateral system based on common democratic values and standards. I thank you for your attention. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking the government of Romania for
I wish to thank the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Integration of the Republic of Moldova for his comments. And we will now hear a message from His Excellency Mr. Rein Tammasar, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Estonia.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me first to thank Romania and Minister Aurescu for chairing the Community of Democracies in recent years, the years which have been affected globally by the COVID-19 pandemic. These have been difficult years for democracy around the world. The global pandemic showed for humanity how strongly interconnected we are. A common crisis should unite us globally so that we can overcome the problems faster and easier together. In practice, for many countries, this is the opposite. Growing authoritarianism, restricting freedoms, isolating and reversing democratic development. Democratic values, the rule of law, human rights, political and media freedoms, women's and children's rights, freedom of expression online and offline are under pressure from authoritarianism worldwide. Intentions to transform democracy into some sort of autocracy can often be seen. Active, purposeful and responsible cooperation between democracies in the international organizations and intergovernmental coalitions, including the Community of Democracies, is becoming increasingly relevant. Being open-minded and cooperative with partners, the resilient democracies must be the locomotives in promoting the rule of law, human rights and fundamental freedoms. The main strength of democracy is trust in people. Mutual trust and respect were the basis for the emergence of human civilization and its further development. There can be no ground for arguments that internationally recognized democratic principles and human rights are inappropriate and hostile to some cultures. Dear colleagues, in addition to many negative developments, the COVID-19 crisis has accelerated the introduction of a number of digital services. The trust is the key word again. Shared values of democracies, openness, transparency, and the protection of individual rights form the ideological basis of trusted connectivity. Trusted connectivity supplies the platform for consolidating the connectivity agendas of democratic countries. It is a framework that governs issues such as data protection and cybersecurity, standards for the free flow of data, and for sustainable investment practices based on a common set of values. To ensure the fundamental rights and freedoms we believe in, the world's democracies must come together and take the lead in digital and green transformation, providing a sustainable alternative to global actors whose interests and values conflict with ours. Thank you very much.
I thank the Deputy Minister for his message. We will now hear a message from His Excellency Mr. Benedetto della Vedova, Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs of Italy.
Dear colleagues, let me thank first of all the Community of Democracies and its Permanent Secretariat for its work in support of the democratic values that unite us all. Today, more than ever, it's important to uphold the words of declaration and reaffirm our full commitment to its values. Indeed, our democracies are facing unprecedented challenges, some of which have been worsened by the pandemic and its broader consequences. We are aware, in particular, of the challenges posed by trans-border malign influences, and we are committed to reduce our vulnerabilities by reinforcing our resilience, strengthening our national security framework, and making our coordination with all stakeholders more effective. Democracies are by definition more exposed to hybrid threats and disinformation, which put in danger our societies and core values. New technologies and crises, such as those resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, have made states even more exposed. The pandemic has demonstrated the importance of having access to reliable and fact-based information. Misleading or fake information has the potential to endanger human lives. Addressing these threats requires a comprehensive approach characterized by efficient cooperation and coordination. To this end, we support the efforts promoted at European level through the Rapid Alert System and the G7 framework through the Rapid Response Mechanism. Furthermore, we believe that the fight against trans-border malign influences has also an international dimension, since sometimes fake news originate within our countries and are then relaunched by hostile countries. We therefore need to provide our public opinion with the tools to recognize disinformation and appreciate the effectiveness of open and free societies. More in general, the protection and promotion of human rights and fundamental freedoms is a priority of Italy's action at the international level. We deem this is particularly important at this crucial time, when human rights violations and abuses do not seem to diminish anywhere in the world. The space for civil society and for action of human rights defenders is shrinking, and the COVID-19 pandemic has deepened numerous pre-existing critical areas. As always in such circumstances, there are categories that are particularly exposed to vulnerability and to which we need to devote specific attention. The COVID-19 health crisis, as well as the measures taken to combat the pandemic, are also aggravating the vulnerable situation that many persons, including women and children, LGBTI persons, persons with disabilities, elderly people, we are already facing before, exposing them to increasing episodes of domestic violence and abuse. In this global context, characterized by widespread violations and abuses of human rights, including against persons belonging to ethnic and religious minorities, it is our duty to multiply the efforts to make our societies more equal, inclusive, greener, and fairer. In line with the motto of our mandate to the Council, Human Rights for Peace, we strongly believe that only when human rights are fully guaranteed to all, societies can really be peaceful, resilient, and sustainable. The current pandemic demonstrates once again the crucial role of reliable, efficient, and well-coordinated multilateral institutions, as well as international cooperation, to face common global threats. Thank you.
Thank you, Undersecretary, for your remarks. We will now hear the message from His Excellency Mr. Mantas Numenias, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania.
Thank you, Chairperson. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank Romania for its strong leadership as Chair of the Community of Democracies, as well as for convening and organizing, together with the Permanent Secretariat, this historic event. Lithuania welcomes the 10th Ministerial Conference and supports its declaration. As you all may know, Lithuania has recently become a target of a hybrid attack by the Belarusian regime. In retaliation for our principled stance regarding outrageous human rights violations in Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko has organized a flow of irregular third country migrants across the Belarus-Lithuania border into the European Union. This malevolent action by our neighbor country has stretched our migrant reception capacity beyond any reasonable limit and led to a situation which is very hard on us and even harder on the vulnerable irregular migrants who are misled into naively believing that this way they and their families can start new lives in the European Union. We're currently struggling to provide suitable accommodation, basic services, medical and legal assistance to irregular migrants while their asylum applications are being processed in full compliance with national and international law. Such artificial creation by an authoritarian regime of irregular third country migration flows into neighboring states represents an irresponsible exploitation of vulnerable groups for political ends that is absolutely incompatible with international human rights, humanitarian, and refugee protection law. We condemn in the strongest possible terms any attempt by authoritarian regimes to actively encourage vulnerable people to cross borders without proper authorization by the receiving country, whilst knowing this puts them in a humanitarian or human rights emergency. We count on the solidarity of our partners in the Community of Democracies in confronting this complex challenge. I thank you.
Thank you, Vice Minister, for your message. We will now hear from His Excellency Mr. Ham Sang-wook, Deputy Minister for Multilateral and Global Affairs of the Republic of Korea.
His Excellency Foreign Minister Bogdan Aurescu, Secretary General Thomas Garrett, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is my great honor to participate in the 10th Ministerial Conference of the Community of Democracies. I personally find this event, which testifies the continued progress of the community, very meaningful, as I witnessed its establishment 21 years ago as the first focal point for the Republic of Korea. Since its establishment, the community has been one of the key platforms through which democratic partners combine their will and strength to protect and promote democracy. We have indeed seen fruits of our joint efforts as the community makes meaningful contributions to the advancement of many agendas, including gender equality, youth empowerment, as well as sustainable development goals. However, as former President of the United States, Barack Obama, pointed out, our democracy is threatened whenever we take it for granted. In fact, even though the majority of countries today would describe themselves as democratic, almost 3/4 of the world's population lived in countries that experienced democratic decline last year, according to Freedom House. True, such backsliding trend has been exacerbated by external, uncontrollable threats such as COVID-19, which often led authoritarian governments to impose groundless restrictions on freedoms that are fundamental to democratic society. However, at the grassroots level, there are issues that lie within our societies as well, which are in fact manageable if we pay careful attention. These include, among others, corruption, limited public participation and representation, and deterioration of respect for human rights. They together damage the democratic values and principles that sustain our societies in times of crisis. Thus, in order to transform ourselves into a truly resilient democracy, we have to first put ourselves on guard against those internal issues. Among its many efforts, the government of the Republic of Korea has operated the Anti-Corruption Policy Consultation Council to comprehensively review and share ideas on its anti-corruption policies. Furthermore, it established the Civil Society Development Committee last year in order to lay a stronger foundation for the growth of civil society, whose participation and representation are critical to a resilient democracy. Even at the face of the pandemic crisis, the government has put openness, transparency, and democracy at the center of its response, ensuring the protection of human rights and privacy of its people. Beyond these efforts, with its firm belief that democracies are stronger when they are together, the Republic of Korea will continue to actively cooperate with other democratic partners around the world. Also, as a member of the Executive Committee and the Governing Council, the Republic of Korea reaffirms its unwavering support to the community and its commitment to the principles of the Warsaw Declaration. Before I close, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the chair country, Romania, and the Secretariat of the community who prepared today's meaningful event. I sincerely wish we could meet together in person in the next Ministerial Conference to once again share our vision on democracy moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, for your remarks. We will now hear a message from Her Excellency Ms. Adriana Miera, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of El Salvador. Deputy Minister.
Su Excelencia Bogdan Aurescu, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Rumania y Presidente de la Comunidad de las Democracias, Secretario General Thomas E. Garrett, distinguidos representantes y colegas. En nombre de la República de El Salvador, envío un fraterno saludo a nuestros colegas y amigos miembros de la Conferencia de las Democracias. El 3 de febrero de 2019, El Salvador vivió uno de los momentos más significativos en su historia democrática reciente. El pueblo salvadoreño eligió al presidente Nayib Bukele, quien rompió con el bipartidismo histórico en el país. El pueblo salvadoreño renovó su fe y apoyo al gobierno del presidente Bukele cuando el 28 de febrero de este año eligió como fuerza mayoritaria a 56 representantes del partido oficialista de un total de 84 diputados que integran el Parlamento del país. A partir de ello, la relevancia del gobierno del pueblo en representación legítima del presidente Nayib Bukele se debe a su compromiso por traducir la voluntad ciudadana en acciones a través de la implementación de políticas y acciones que favorezcan al pueblo. La democracia salvadoreña aún tiene mucho camino por recorrer y muchos retos por resolver. Una situación por la que atraviesa no solo mi país, sino también experimenta a nivel regional e internacional. Por ello, se hace necesario que reflexionemos y ampliemos la visión de democracia. No limitarnos solo al cumplimiento de los requisitos centrados únicamente al ejercicio del sufragio de los ciudadanos. El ejercicio de la democracia no debe solo garantizar una representación política elegida por un pueblo y para el pueblo. Debe incluir además el empoderamiento de su ciudadanía en la toma de decisiones con el compromiso de soluciones tangibles y sostenibles a los problemas de país, a fin de contribuir conjuntamente al bienestar y desarrollo común de la población. Existe una frase muy conocida por todos: para cambiar hacia afuera se debe cambiar primero desde adentro. La democracia interna de nuestros países debe trascender y promoverse al ámbito multilateral. Por ello, El Salvador apuesta por un multilateralismo democrático, en donde la relación con los socios tradicionales y estratégicos en la escala regional e internacional se favorezca el trato igualitario y de respeto mutuo entre sus miembros. Los principales desafíos que la humanidad enfrenta actualmente son globales y nos afectan a todos directa o indirectamente. El abordaje de dicho desafío se debe hacer, pues, a nivel multilateral, con una representatividad equitativa y democrática de todos los miembros de la comunidad internacional, de manera que el multilateralismo pueda ser efectivo y tenga una mayor incidencia en la solución de estas problemáticas globales, con procesos que combinen y coordinen voluntades bajo el respeto del derecho internacional. Es imperativo entonces que el sistema multilateral se adapte a las necesidades actuales, que se abra a las posibilidades de abordarlos de manera integral y abierta, de manera que el futuro no solo se vea como incertidumbre, sino más bien como una oportunidad de renovar el compromiso de todos sus miembros para el bien común. El Salvador reconoce que es esencial concretar la reforma y modernización de la institucionalidad multilateral para hacerla eficiente y efectiva, y tiene fe en que la comunidad de las democracias puede contribuir significativamente para ello. En ese sentido, reconocemos que la declaración que adoptamos este día es el resultado de un proceso de deliberación sobre democracia. Estamos orgullosos de haber participado en las discusiones de una forma constructiva, brindando nuestra posición en asuntos claves tales como migración desde una perspectiva de derechos humanos, la importancia en la promoción de la educación y la inclusión de personas en situaciones de vulnerabilidad como elementos claves para el impulso de la democracia, así como reafirmando la obligación de los Estados a respetar y garantizar los derechos humanos y las libertades fundamentales de todas las personas, sin distinción de ningún tipo, poniendo la dignidad humana como la prioridad de nuestro gobierno. Finalmente, permítanme reafirmar nuestro compromiso con el multilateralismo, la democracia para hacer a la comunidad de las democracias una plataforma que brinde respuestas a nuestros desafíos comunes. Muchas gracias.
We thank the Deputy Minister for her remarks, and we will now hear a message from His Excellency Mr. Bharat Raj Podial, Foreign Secretary of the Government of Nepal.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the Government of Romania for organizing this 10th Ministerial Conference of the Community of Democracies. 21 years ago, over 100 countries, including Nepal, endorsed the Warsaw Declaration, upholding the 19 principles as the foundation to promoting and practicing universal values of democracy in order to offer the best possible governance to our people. Since then, the world has witnessed the ebb and flow of democratic development, including the misrepresentation of democratic values even in mature democracies. This is a reminder that only through strong institutions we can protect and promote democracy and freedom from occasional temptations to derail it. Mr. Chairman, people of Nepal went through arduous struggles spanning over 7 decades in pursuit of democracy, equality, justice, dignity, and freedom. The Constitution of Nepal, promulgated in 2015, consolidates those long-held aspirations of Nepali people for inclusive multi-party democratic governance that ensures human rights, periodic elections, full press freedom, independent judiciary, and the rule of law. Equality and non-discrimination constitutes the bedrock of our Constitution. Today, women occupy 41% of the elected offices of federal, provincial, and local bodies combined. However, we are nowhere near perfection. It has been our earnest endeavor to fill the remaining gap and strive towards substantive equality under a democratic order. Democratic governance that is inclusive, participatory, and equitable can stand resilient to any shocks and turmoil, including political radicalism, economic downturns, disasters, and the pandemics like COVID-19. The inherent quality of democracy provides the space for organizing societies in the best possible manner by managing diversity, dissension, and differences, and promoting tolerance and respect for others. As a member of this community, Nepal remains committed to the principles enshrined in the Warsaw Declaration and enable our people to prosper in dignity and larger freedom. I thank you all.
We thank the Foreign Secretary for his message. And we will now hear a message from Her Excellency Helena Yanez, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Ecuador. Vice Minister.
Mr. Chairman, Ecuador welcomes the efforts by the Romanian Presidency of the Community of Democracies in keeping alive the common purpose declared by the signatories of the Warsaw Declaration, amongst them my country, Ecuador. The world has certainly changed since the adoption of the Warsaw Declaration on June 27, 2000. Certainly, the increase in terrorist attacks, like the attack to the World Trade Center in New York, of which we recently remembered the 20th anniversary, and the rejection of the values of democracy and freedom that underpins these violent actions, has put an increased pressure on democratic countries worldwide to reaffirm the values that we all cherish, such as the respect of human rights for all. The current pandemic has also put a strain on the lives of other countries, but at the same time has shown the virtue of democratic societies in attending under these difficult circumstances the needs of all our peoples in a spirit of international cooperation and solidarity. The President of Ecuador, Mr. Guillermo Lasso, who began his constitutional mandate on May 24 this year, has clearly expressed his intention that the values of democracy, open and free elections, respect of human rights for all, including freedom of expression and protection of the liberties of political opponents, will be the guiding principle of his administration, not only of his government policies. President Lasso has clearly indicated that these principles will also guide the conduct of the international relations of Ecuador at the bilateral level and in multilateral organizations. We will seek to protect and expand the benefits of democracy and freedom to all peoples around the world as a way of enhancing our common security and confronting the new challenges faced by our societies. To complete, Mr. Chairman, I would like to reaffirm Ecuador's commitment to the values and principles of democracy and respect for human rights expressed in the Warsaw Declaration of the Community of Democracies. Thank you.
I thank the Vice Minister for her message. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, we will now take a break until 12 o'clock noon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, now I have the great pleasure and privilege to give the floor to our keynote speaker, Mr. Damon Wilson, President and CEO of the National Endowment for Democracy of the United States, an independent, non-profit grant-making foundation dedicated to the development and strengthening of democratic institutions around the world. It's a great privilege and pleasure to see you, Damon, again in this new capacity. Congratulations. And I'm looking forward to your keynote speech.
Thank you very much, Minister Aurescu. It is so good to see you and to see your leadership of the Community of Democracies. I hope you can hear me well. I apologize for some technical challenges and delay. I hope I didn't delay you. I'm really pleased also to accept this invitation from you and the Secretary General Tom Garrett, because now is a moment for democracy. And I have come to the National Endowment for Democracy as a firm believer in a need for us to rally in common cause with like-minded partners around the world. The National Endowment for Democracy is built on an agreement between Democrats and Republicans, business and labor. And one of our core institutes is the National Democratic Institute, which is chaired by Secretary Madeleine Albright, someone who was present at the creation of the Community of Democracies and a champion of your work. And so, Minister, I'll share with you just a few comments that this is not just, I think, another moment. This really is a new moment. Perhaps you could say an inflection point for democracy itself, where we've reached a crucial moment for global politics that over a protracted period, we've seen a global crisis of confidence in democracy, building momentum that spans regions and countries and open systems as part of the result of erosion of institutions. Erosion of public trust. Political parties and traditional media once acted as norm setters and gatekeepers, but like other such institutions, some of them have been weakened in the context of globalization and a digital revolution that has disrupted traditional media and journalism, fueled atomization and polarization. So as part of these trends in many democratic systems, the safeguards that ensure routine transfers of power, the protection of civil and political rights are eroding. Ambitious leaders and ruling parties that took power through elections, in some cases, working to dismantle institutional checks, restrict media, critical speech, and we've seen just recently manipulated voting systems, manipulated elections, and in some cases, a movement backwards. We're in the 15th year of what can be considered a democratic recessions. It's also an authoritarian resurgence. We see authoritarian regimes in virtually every region throughout the Middle East and Eurasia, parts of Asia, and elsewhere have intensified and modernized their repression. We see in particular China and Russia have led the way in tightening their grip domestically, adapting their techniques for a new era, and deploying them abroad to exert international influence in a wide range of domains. And such governments have become highly adept at using the forms of law and to repress independent civil society, while also developing sophisticated techniques to manipulate both traditional and new forms of media. Autocrats, both aspiring and actual, manipulate algorithms and use fake accounts to distort, intimidate, and spread alternative facts. And so in this globalist environment, through the application of emerging technologies, we see that autocrats are learning from each other to bring repression to scale. So I come to the National Endowment for Democracy at a profoundly changed landscape. Norms and habits of authoritarian governments have gained strength on a global level. The suppression of accountability and pluralism that is central to these systems has spread across national borders to become a powerful obstacle to the global struggle for democracy. And the phenomenon is apparent in a growing number of countries, but also you can see inside organizations at times how the erosion of some of these norms are becoming a challenge as well. But I think at this moment, what I'm inspired by, I've come to NED and I've spent a lot of time since I've come here with those in the grassroots, those activists that make up the richness of our democracies, our civil societies, and are really on the front lines of this struggle. And what strikes me is the demand for democracy is strong among our people and it is resilient. Despite all the challenges I've talked about, we see people in diverse places from Sudan, Algeria, Thailand, Sudan, Nicaragua, Armenia and Ukraine, just to name a few, where people are continuing to demand greater freedom, greater democracy, greater accountability. They're in a demanding mood, wanting to put food on their tables, but also to have a political voice. and they're not willing to forego the latter for the former. They often protest for fundamental human and political rights or for public integrity in more open democratic systems. So technology in non-democratic settings also allows democratic activists to communicate, organize, and cooperate. And in more democratic settings, such technology can enable government to better deliver services and allow civil society organizations to advocate and communicate with each other, help ensure government accountability. And so unlike in the early years of the National Endowment, there is today a remarkable international democratic infrastructure. The Community of Democracies is at the heart of that. It's an architecture in which intergovernmental organizations organize around democratic principles, governance, dedicate resources for democratic development, and political parties, parliaments, civil society groups network to assist each other. Even we see NED-like organizations that have emerged in Europe and Asia. So part of our challenge is how we adapt to this new situation to raise our game, given the extent to which top-order challenges to democracy have proliferated, accelerated, globalized. How should the community of democracies, how should those that share our values, how should we respond? How can we bolster and expand on democratic resilience? And how can we look toward emerging issues that are coming in on the horizon? Some of those key challenges that we face today, transnational corruption, disinformation, technology-related issues, as well as the proliferation of anti-democratic narratives in the ideals realm, they know no borders, and they often exert effects across democratic and autocratic spaces. To a greater extent in the past, such challenges offer opportunities, I would argue, for shared cooperation, for solidarity-based responses among like-minded partners. I think that's one of the key things that I'm thinking about here as I just left my meetings here with activists who are gathering from around the world that are on the front lines. And at the end of the day, this isn't our struggle, it's their struggle that we are here to support. And I think that sense of democratic unity, but also democratic solidarity is important, so that as we deal with the painful rollback of freedoms in Afghanistan, crackdown on protesters in Belarus and Cuba, military coups in Burma, Guinea, the squeezing of Hong Kong, even the undermining of democracy in Tunisia, or the manipulated elections we see in Nicaragua and Russia. We understand that this takes place against a global pandemic where we've seen dictators use this effort to tighten their grip on power, to exercise what we call sharp power. They've become more aggressive. But despite these challenges, we see people everywhere who are working to take great risks to struggle for their rights in a democratic future. Witness success from Moldova to Zambia to Ecuador to Malawi, and listen to the stories of those activists that come knock on your doors as ministers to hear what people on the front lines and the grassroots are saying. Even as some of our own citizens may question our democracy's role in supporting democracy abroad, Democrats around the world, they look to us, they look to this community of democracies for support. And I think we understand that we are privileged to stand by them. At NED, we provide both material and moral support, and they are equally important. You know, as political leaders, the people who are brave enough to do this work are encouraged when they know there are people who believe in their struggle and they're not alone. And we've learned this from NED's own experiences back in the day, supporting champions like Václav Havel, Lech Walesa, who fought in Central Europe to defeat communism. But we know that its support is equally important today, where we're standing by those who are struggling for freedom or human rights in Iran, North Korea, Burma, Venezuela, Zimbabwe. And so NED is evolving into what really is America's foundation for freedom and democracy. But we know we're something part of the bigger community. And how can we have partnership with many of you, peer institutions, to understand that we can together champion civil society from the bottom up, support Democrats at risk, democratic values and institutions. And here at NED, we're going to continue to do so through an innovative, nimble, demand-driven approach, part venture capital for democracy, investing in this global infrastructure for freedom, and we're going to stay uniquely present in the toughest cases. And we do so being confident in our values and humble in our approach. We listen so that we can support those on the front lines of needs. You know, our task is to ensure that NED, the United States, our community of democracies, that we're ready for this changed landscape to take on a tougher, more complex set of challenges, from surveillance technology to corrosive capital, and that we help activists and institutions push back. And this does require us to be humble in our approach while ambitious in the outcomes. I'm from South Carolina, the state of Jim Clyburn, who fondly quotes Alexis de Tocqueville to remind us that our own country, my own country, the United States, isn't necessarily, as Alexis de Tocqueville wrote, the most enlightened, but it has a capability to repair its faults. And I think that's the essence that we're talking about. Democracy fundamentally being based in our people to hold us accountable and to help us repair our own faults. And so we do need to raise our game, tap into the extraordinary resilience of democratic actors. It requires a greater commitment, I would argue, to common cause, a sense of democratic solidarity. How do we work together? How do we support each other? And how do we support democratic states and societies under duress? How do we bring greater innovation and ingenuity to this so that we can really be on offense with our ground game of grants, but in cooperation across common cause? So I think all of those of you who believe and share these values of the community of democracies, to understand that this is a moment when we have a historic and indeed an urgent mission. How can we help those on the front lines of freedom ultimately help end what has been a 15-year period of democratic recession? And ultimately, how do we support those struggling for the cause to usher in a new democratic wave? So we see our work right now to partner with as many people as we can to respond to the universal demand for individual dignity and liberty, to help show that democracy delivers for its citizens, and to stand by those who struggle for freedom while we stand up to those who try to stop them. So it's an honor and a privilege for me to join the National Endowment for Democracy, but it's an honor and privilege to be with all of you in this virtual room who are partners indeed in this cause of our time. And so with that, Mr. Minister, I have seen the extraordinary leadership of Minister Aurescu in many settings and have had the opportunity to visit the Community of Democracies there in Warsaw in the past. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your invitation. And I look forward to continuing to partner with you.
Thank you so much, Damon, for your insightful presentation, and I'm looking forward to continue to work together. As you know, the Romanian mandate at the helm of the Community of Democracies extends up to September next year, so we will have plenty of time to elaborate more and to have joint initiatives, and I'm looking forward really to work together. Thank you so much once again for finding time to join us. Now I have the pleasure to give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Maggie Fino, Deputy Foreign Minister of Albania. You have the floor, Madam.
of June 2000, Albania respects and upholds the core democratic principles and practices adhered therein, and stands ready to increase and deepen dialogue and cooperation with other member countries on the challenges democracy faces worldwide. Albania has gone through these processes by respecting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the European Convention on Human Rights, the Helsinki Final Act, and the Charter of Paris for a New Europe. Good governance and rule of law, as key pillars of democracy, matter a great deal in getting equitable and sustainable development results, where the vision and leadership at the political level gain full effectiveness when shaped in engagement with the people. 21 years after the signature of the Warsaw Declaration, Albania is moving forward towards EU standards, which means strengthening democratic institutions, further enhancing the rule of law, protecting and promoting human rights. The European integration process is, without a doubt, Albania's instrument of navigation towards democratization and further transformation. Preparing for accession to EU means, first and foremost, a strong focus on the fundamental reforms in the rule of law, economic reforms, and operational democratic institutions. Efforts in these areas are indivisible, mutually reinforcing, and we have pursued them with vigor and a clear political commitment. The adherence to the democratic principles of the rule of law, democratic institutions, and respect for fundamental rights is embedded in the agreement Albania has with the EU. namely the Stabilization and Association Agreement with the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, our goals of strengthening democracy and the rule of law, the creation of the political, economic, and institutional stability, as well as the setting up of an appropriate framework for political dialogue remain valid to this day. Among the rule of law reforms in Albania, the most prominent is the implementation of a comprehensive justice reform. The vetting process of judges and prosecutors, the reformation of the institution of the judiciary, coupled with the precise rule on balance of powers and impartiality of the judiciary are advancing steadily. According to the European Commission reports, Albania has met the criteria set up by the Council in March 2020 by making real progress in the judiciary reform, in the fight against organized crime and corruption, by devising a framework for political dialogue and finalizing the electoral reform, in enhancing public administration reform and consequently strengthening its institutions. Meanwhile, the recently elected Speaker of the Parliament is a woman. 12 out of the 16 ministers of the newly sworn government in Albania are women. Nearly 30% of the Albanian parliament that came out of the April 2021 elections are women, and women hold a large number of leading positions across all sectors of the public administration, supporting the representation of women in politics profoundly and exemplarily. Moreover, the promotion of the role of women in conflict resolution and in peace processes will be one of Albania's priorities at the UN Security Council in 2022-2023. On another note, our country is also internationally praised for being a country of religious tolerance, maintaining harmony in its interreligious life and practice. Albania is fully in line with the EU's common foreign and security policy decisions. The country is conducting its foreign policy on the same values as those of the European Union, supporting multilateral approach and fundamental rights in its international relations in order to maintain peace and stability. The Albanian government is committed to make every effort to ensure a constructive political dialogue and advancing on the existing political consensus on EU integration, while maintaining the support of the vast majority of the Albanian society. EU accession enjoys undisputed support from the entire political spectrum and a substantial majority of the Albanian population. In conclusion, I wish to emphasize that Albania stands ready to render its contribution on democracy-related issues within our global coalition and beyond, to support activities aimed at the promotion of democratic governance, rule of law, and strengthening institutions. Such initiatives help create an environment conducive to democratic development worldwide. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the Deputy Foreign Minister of Albania for her message, and I have now the pleasure to give the floor to Her Excellency Mrs. Heather Sibungo, Deputy Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism of the Republic of Namibia.
Mr. Chairman, to thank you for organizing this timely event under the theme of democracy, resilience, shared goals. It is timely because it provides us with an opportunity to exchange views on democratic values globally. Allow me also to congratulate you, Mr. Chairman, for your presidency in steering the work of the community democracies. During the current times we are facing socio-economic challenges due to the invisible enemy, the COVID-19. It is our hope that the Community of Democracies will continue to play its positive role in the fulfillment of its mandate. Mr. Chairman, governments around the world should be more transparent to enable people not to lose trust in them. Institutions that help governments manage the country's democracy, particularly the judiciary and police, must be stress-free, as that is the only way that they can provide the necessary services to the people they are to serve. It is unfortunately that in some parts of the world, both developed and developing, elections have increasingly created an environment of violence, while corruption has been on the increase, as citizens have voted in governments across the globe to manage natural resources on their behalf and in the best of interest of all. Governments and political parties have to ensure that the management of the common resources are properly handled and the protection of civil liberties of their citizens are upheld. Namibia places a greater importance on the values and principles of any national constitution: transparency, accountability, justice, and order. A robust political system is a cornerstone. Those principles are built. Without them, freedom and prosperity will become a dream for the few. In the same vein, the prospects of effectively implementing the Agenda 2030 and the realization of the SDGs, particularly SDG 116, strong justice and strong institutions, will be difficult to achieve. Therefore, government institutions should ensure and uphold the values that have been enriched in the constitutions, laws, and appropriate policies. Our commitment to the principles of democracy should remain a key and should be strengthened. We can achieve this through international and regional cooperation and respect of national laws. Mr. Chairman, Namibia adopted a democratic system of its governance after gaining its independence from the apartheid South Africa in March 1990. A democratic system that strives for the ideal of prosperous society, allowing every Namibian to live freely without any hardship. The government of the Republic of Namibia, a servant of her people, continues to safeguard fundamental human rights and freedom through its organs and its agencies as enshrined in Chapter 3 of the Constitution. This underpins the spirit of our constitutional democracy and remains true to the concept of representative government. I therefore echo what His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, said, that preserve our constitutional values. Three things that are of importance to Namibia are process, systems, and institutions. Time has proven to us that our democracy has withstood several challenges and continues to be an inspiration of hope to our people. Mr. Chairman, due to COVID-19 pandemic in Namibia, we have seen the drop in living standards. Citizens have become uneasy and frustrated at the loss of jobs and loss of lives due to the pandemic. The universal health crisis has become part of the global crisis of democracy, and the pandemic condition hampered voter confidence, decreased voter participation, and limit democratic progress, particularly in developing countries. It's against this background, the commitments and the universality of the democratic values adopted in the Warsaw Declaration toward Community of Democracies need to be realized. One way of ensuring recovery post-COVID to enable communities to have confidence in their government. As I conclude, I want to underline that building back democracy is fundamental to pandemic recovery and long-term development. We need a united front between nations to end the COVID-19 pandemic, and that requires effective multilateralism, especially for the vaccine development, distribution, and the general global access to medicine and vaccines. This is also the time to work on a global pandemic response and preparedness for any other health-related issues and other disasters. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister, for your remarks. I have now the pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Julião da Silva, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste.
Me to take off my mask. Bom dia, boa tarde, boa noite. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, Excellency, the President of the General Assembly, Excellency, the Under Secretary General of the United Nations for Political and Peace-Building Affairs, Excellencies, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, and others head of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and pleasure to represent the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste at this 10th Ministerial Conference on Democracy and Resilience. And I commend the government of Romania for organizing this important conference to provide a platform for the community of democracies to address the challenges facing by many democratic countries worldwide to construct resilient democracy that can withstand the threat to democracy in the 21st century, particularly in the midst of a global health pandemic. As a relatively young democratic country, Timor-Leste has made progressive development in implementing democratic values at the national level and continues to engage in areas such as rule of law, good governance, promoting human rights, combating poverty and gender equality, with nearly 40% of our parliamentaries are women. Timor-Leste was considered the most democratic country in Southeast Asia, according to the 2017 Economist Independent Evaluation of the Democracy Index. As part of a global community, we are fully conscious of the need in strengthening and consolidating our democratic culture based upon of the purpose and principles set forth in the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We are committed and working to promote a peaceful, just and inclusive society in accordance with the core democratic principle and practice. Our national constitution guarantees the fundamental right of the citizens, the principles of the separation of powers and multi-party system in the organization of the state. Timor-Leste National Strategic Development Plan 2011 to 2013 places people at the center of our national development to ensure a just and prosperous society that embraces the spirit of solidarity and fraternity. Despite all the achievement gained, there are some challenges we are facing in this process. Our experience also shows that there is an independence between peace, development, human rights, and democracy. We believe that there is no development without peace and peace without development. And the consolidation and the strengthening of democracy should be based on the respect of human rights. In order to achieve a resilient democracy, Timor-Leste believes that first and foremost, there is a need to renew the social contract between the government and their people to rebuild trust and embrace a comprehensive vision of human rights. Therefore, in order to reduce the inequality and gaps within the society, the government of Timor-Leste has introduced the economic recovery plan aims to providing a short and medium terms solution to respond to the social and economic challenges caused by the pandemic and the pre-existing cyclical and structural problems. To conclude, Excellency, I wish to reiterate that Timor-Leste remains committed to the Warsaw Declaration, including on the promotion and the strengthening of democracy and respect for human rights, both at the national and global level. Therefore, Timor-Leste wishes to reiterate its candidature to the Human Rights Council for the period of 2024 to 2026 and count on your support. Excellency, lastly, I wish you all stay safe and healthy in this pandemic situation. Thank you and God bless.
I thank you, Mr. Vice Minister, for your insightful comments. And I would like to kindly ask Secretary General Guerra to take over the moderation for the following segment of our ministerial. Thomas, please.
Thank you, Excellency. I would now ask Ms. Catherine Godin, Director General of the Office of Human Rights, Freedom and Inclusion at Global Affairs Canada, to provide remarks.
Your Excellency, Minister Aurescu, President Shahid, Secretary General Garrett, distinguished guests. I'd like first to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from the traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. We come together today as a community of democracies to reflect on the state of democracies and in our own countries and throughout the world. We acknowledge the magnitude of the challenges facing democracy today. At the same time, we're confident in our capacity to overcome those challenges. Experience has taught us that we can overcome such adversity through a firm commitment to democratic principles, such as those adopted in the Warsaw Declaration. Today, I would like to highlight two elements that are central to democracy's success: the role of civil society and the importance of media freedom. Since the beginning of the global health crisis, there has been alarming increases in threats to freedom of assembly, association, and expression in many countries. At the same time, we have witnessed the impressive resiliency of civil society organizations. These groups have shown creativity and resourcefulness in the face of the pandemic and amidst increased restrictions on civil and political rights. Through it all, they have remained a central component of inclusive and democratic societies. As we move forward, partnerships and dialogue with civil society will remain crucial, and we need spaces where this important collaboration can take place. As chair of the Working Group on Enabling and Protecting Civil Society, Canada has seen the Community of Democracies benefit from civil society's partners' hard work, knowledge, and strong networks. I would like also to address the continued attack and censorship against journalists around the world. A free press fosters transparency and the exchange of information and ideas. This makes meaningful public engagement possible. We also remain concerned by the potential risks to media freedom posed by digital technology and the spread of false information during the COVID-19 pandemic. Before I close, I want to mention the Declaration Against Arbitrary Detention and State-to-State Relations, which aims to put an end to arbitrary arrest, detention, and sentencing for diplomatic leverage. Canada is grateful for the 15 members of the Community of Democracies Governing Council that have already provided their endorsement of this declaration. By doing so, these members join more than 1/3 of the world's countries from all continents that have endorsed the declaration and chosen to stand for core principles, including human rights, judicial independence, consular access, and the rule of law. As fellow democracies, your endorsement is a powerful reaffirmation of existing international law and universal human rights. We call for the solidarity of all democratic partners to sustain international momentum to put an end to arbitrary detention. And we call for the immediate release of all individuals arbitrarily arrested, detained, or sentenced for diplomatic leverage. In closing, Canada remains committed to democracy at home and abroad. Through partnership with other countries, with civil society, and with multilateral organizations like the Community of Democracies. I thank you.
Thank you, Director General, for your remarks. I would now invite Mr. Ricardo Bocalandro, Director of International Organization of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of the Argentine Republic, to take the floor.
Gentlemen, morning. It is a pleasure to pay my gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Bogdan Aurescu, host of this meeting. I'd like to begin this intervention by reaffirming Argentina's commitment with the Community of Democracies and with the principles enshrined in the Warsaw Declaration, which is proved by our presence since the very creation of the community and in our capacity as members of the Governing Council. Democracy is undoubtedly a multidimensional political exercise expressed through rights, and actions that the state guarantees to the people and that the people demand to its states through constitutional mechanisms of popular participation and accountability. The organization of regular, free and fair elections is obviously at the very core of any democratic system based on giving the people the right to choose their leaders. But a genuine democratic system is more than a pluralistic democracy. It must ensure popular participation in government's activities as well as citizens' rights. In this context of global pandemics, all government must reassure the democratic principles and the rule of law, ensuring that the measures implemented are those necessary for the protection of public health, proportionate to the people at risk, gender-based, limited in time, and respectful of human rights. Human rights, non-discrimination, separation of powers, rule of law, freedom of speech, and the enjoyment of economic and social rights are key elements for a solid democracy and need to be supported for the sake of democratic resilience. Many times, however, this is hindered by underdevelopment and extreme poverty. Hence, the implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, favoring a human rights approach and the protection of the most humble and disadvantaged, are definitely fundamental instruments for democracy and its resilience. Argentina takes this opportunity to reaffirm its strong commitment to the democratic principles, among which we can find press freedom, which is in itself a consequence of the freedom of expression. Our country believes that the freedom of expression and the access to public information are the mainstay of the democratic system and are essential requisites for the development of modern society. In line with its international commitments, Argentina keeps an active role at international and regional fora in matters related to the promotion and protection of rights and the fundamental liberties on the Internet. Particularly when it comes to the freedom of expression, of opinion, of association, of assembly, and of privacy. At the same time, Argentina wishes to underline the high relevance of education and training as regards the impact of media and information for democracy, in order to reinforce the awareness and capacity of citizens against misinformation, disinformation, and manipulation of public opinion, especially in the context of electoral processes. As regards the unprecedented COVID crisis, we strongly believe that it demands international unity and collective responsibility. Both governments and citizens must get involved, and it is necessary to continue to support multilateralism and the relevant international instruments in strict compliance with international law and human rights, as well as to guarantee the involvement of civil society. Multilateralism is once again proving to be an adequate avenue to address the shared goals in both promoting and defending democracy. I'd like to conclude by recalling that the current crisis opens the door to come out stronger by forging a greater international solidarity pact and building a fair and better prepared world. I thank you very much.
Director, thank you for your remarks. And I would now invite Ambassador Victor Adeleke, Nigeria's permanent representative to the African Union and to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, to speak. Ambassador.
Excellency, Thomas E. Garrett, Secretary General of the Community of Democracies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to begin by expressing Nigeria's appreciation the leadership of the government of Romania for their astute stewardship of our noble community. I also commend Secretary General for his relentless efforts at directing the affairs of this organization. during this challenging period of global pandemic, as well as its strong commitment to building democratic resilience. Devastating impact of the pandemic has made it impossible to have our usual in-person ministerial meeting, the margins of the United Nations General Assembly. The pandemic has invariably taken a heavy toll on electoral processes around the world, with many elections being postponed. There is no doubt that some of our member countries have indeed emerged as models for having organized successful electoral processes while safeguarding the health of their population. In spite of this laudable achievement, more is required from us as members of this community, particularly in ensuring that democratic institutions and processes are strengthened regardless of the ongoing global pandemic. We therefore must remain resolute and enhance cooperation so that together we can build back better democratic institutions and sustainable democratic values. In building back better, we must preserve our electoral integrity through technical assistance in form of advanced technology to reduce person-to-person contact and strengthen mechanisms to conduct electoral processes remotely without reducing enfranchisement. Excellencies, the team of the 76th UN General Assembly on building resilience through hope to recover from COVID-19, rebuild sustainably, respond to the needs of the planet, respect the rights of people, and revitalize the United Nations is apt and all-encompassing. It is in line with the community's strategic plan for 2018 to 2023, as it would seek to increase and deepen dialogue on the challenges faced by democracies in member states with a view to encouraging the adherence to the tenets of the Warsaw Declarations in the Community of Democracies and beyond. The recent wave of unconstitutional change of democratic governments, particularly in member states like Mali, Guinea, has become worrisome and undermines our collective efforts of protecting democracies around the world. There is therefore the need to curtail the current trend and its recurrence by developing more responsive multilateral actions through strengthening our democratic institutions, good governance, and building more democratic resilience. Distinguished listeners, Nigeria will continue to work with international partners, particularly the ECOWAS and the African Union and the Community of Democracies, to ensure peaceful transition in Mali, Guinea, the basic goals of restoring democratic government and stability. We therefore reiterate our commitment to work with the Permanent Secretariat and member states to support the restoration of democratic order in Mali and Guinea. Excellencies, it is gratifying to state that Nigeria has had an uninterrupted democratic transition of governments for over 2 decades and has unequivocally remained committed to upholding the core values and principles of our community. However, the spate of insecurity leading to abduction of pupils has taken a toll on our overall progress in that regard. Nevertheless, concerted efforts are being made by the government to ensure that fundamental human rights of citizens are protected and schools are safe for learning without any fear of adoption or attack. On that note, may I invite you all to the 4th International Conference on Safe School Declaration coming up in Abuja, Nigeria, scheduled to hold from 25th to 27th October 2021 under the theme Ensuring Safe Education for All, from Commitment to Practice. The initiative is aimed at specifically stopping all types of attacks on schools and educational facilities. Your participation as members of the community is indeed paramount to the success of the conference, because it is only together we can protect our educational system from attack and build resilience through hope. I will conclude by reaffirming Nigeria's enduring faith in the Community of Democracies and in its capacity to supporting member states towards achieving the set objectives of the organization. Nigeria, therefore, remains committed to promoting and protecting democratic values and principles as enshrined in the Warsaw Declaration. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your remarks. And I would now invite Mr. Mikito Toyama, Director of the Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs Division of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, to take the floor. Mr. Toyama.
Mr. Bogdan Aurescu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President of UNGA, His Excellency Mr. Thomas Garrett, Secretary General of the Community of Democracies, distinguished ministers, excellencies. At the outset, I'd like to express deep appreciation to the government of Romania for hosting the 10th anniversary conference of the Community of Democracies, and to the Secretariat of Community of Democracies for supporting the preparation of the conference. It is my honor to have the opportunity to deliver a statement on behalf of the government of Japan. For the last 20 years, Japan has consistently supported the Warsaw Declaration and the universal and core values such as freedom, democracy, basic human rights, and the rule of law. On this occasion, Japan would like to renew our commitment to these same values. Democracy is needed more than ever, especially in the phase of recovery from the pandemic, which still poses a threat to democracy. In this regard, the pandemic should not be used as a pretext to undermine the rule of law, democracy, and human rights, including freedom of expression, freedom of media, and access to online and offline information. Japan believes we all agree that access to transparent, timely, reliable, and fact-based information is critical to an effective international response to the pandemic and its recovery. True and correct information strengthens the resilience of our societies and democracies. Excellencies, under the basic principle of dialogue and cooperation, Japan considers that it is important to promote voluntary efforts of countries that are working toward democratization through bilateral dialogues and cooperation, especially with the standpoint of bridge building in Asia. Japan stands ready to further contribute to the promotion of democratization in the region and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks, Director Toyama. And I would now invite Mr. Axel Kienis, Director General for Multilateral Affairs and Globalization of Belgium, to speak.
Of the Belgian government, I want to thank Minister Aurescu for the invitation to this Ministerial Conference of the Community of Democracies. This meeting is very opportune as our democracies are facing multiple global challenges simultaneously, with very concrete local consequences on our democracies. From the pandemic to climate change, from disinformation campaigns to attacks against human rights, like the ones we've seen in Afghanistan recently, the resilience of our democracies is being put to the test. Therefore, today's meeting, just like the planned December Summit for Democracy, are useful tools to exchange best practices and be stronger together. This is also a useful reminder of the importance of multilateralism to face collective challenges. As we talk about rebuilding back better and drawing lessons, promoting human rights, democracy, and the rule of law as principles that bind us will be key. A positive narrative on democracy, rule of law, and human rights, and the benefits they bring to citizens need to be promoted actively. Special attention should be given to the prevention of and response to early signs of democratic backsliding, including shrinking civic space. With our unique and sophisticated institutional architecture, Belgium has a proven track record of dialogue as a source of compromise and peaceful solutions as an answer to political aspirations in a culturally diverse society. My intervention today is a reaffirmation of Belgium's readiness to share our experience in developing a unique political system based on subsidiarity. Indeed, subsidiarity means that decisions are taken as close as possible to the level challenges arise and can therefore be better understood by the citizens of our democracies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director General. And I would now give the floor to Mr. Mamadou Diallo, Technical Advisor of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Senegal. So we will proceed, and we will now hear a message from Dr. Christopher Ballines Valdez, Director General for Human Rights and Democracy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the United Mexican States. Dr. Ballines Valdez. Mm-hmm. All right, we shall move along. We are having a small technical problem with connection, and so we would now turn to remarks by the chair of the International Steering Committee of the Civil Society Pillar of the Community of Democracies. And with that introduction, I would now invite Ms. Paulina Ibarra, who is chair of the International Steering Committee, to deliver her intervention. Ms. Ibarra.
Thank you. Foreign Affairs of Romania, Secretary General of the Community of Democracies, President of the 76th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, United Nations Under-Secretary General for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, members of the Governing Council, and distinguished guests. Allow me to begin by congratulating the Presidency of Romania on the organization of the 10th Community of Democracies Ministerial meeting. The civil society pillar acknowledges the obstacles posed by the COVID-19 pandemic and profoundly hopes the next gathering will be in person, as the virtual form often shortens our possibilities to deepen dialogue between members of the civil society pillar and their counterparts at the Governing Council. The ministerial meeting provides us with an opportunity to evaluate our role in the achievement of a world where every nation respects and upholds the democratic values, principles, and standards of the Warsaw Declaration. Democracy has been under threat before the COVID-19 pandemic, repression of peaceful protests, extra-constitutional measures against periodic and free elections, unequal protection of the law, and more have shown severe negligence for core democratic practices around the world, even among signatories of the Warsaw Declaration. The pandemic has aggravated these threats as authoritarian and even democratic leaders take advantage of the crisis to consolidate power through emergency laws that impact human rights and other core democratic principles. Furthermore, in the current digital era, disinformation and fake news represent an increasing threat to transparency and accountability in all democratic processes. In this scenario, which may have called a crisis in global democracy, just last week, members of the civil society pillar met to discuss how we can move forward. The community has a tremendous potential to overcome the challenges we see happening, advocating for human rights, political freedoms, and civil liberties, particularly in 4 main areas. Let me mention humbly that the role of the pillar is to advise the Governing Council, and as such, we have identified a worrisome state of democracy in members that uphold seats inside the Governing Council. From our perspective, this is the first area of improvement. And with the upcoming renewal process, there is an important opportunity to overturn this issue and live up to withhold the principles of the Warsaw Declaration. Secondly, we believe in the added value that the Community of Democracies can gain from firmly committing and supporting its proper function and sustainability through the Permanent Secretariat and towards the civil society pillar. Missing this opportunity undermines the work that collectively the Permanent Secretariat and the civil society pillar carry out around the world. In third place, we believe there is an unprecedented opportunity to lead the community with a new presidency that can guide us and make us stronger allies of democracy. Lastly, the strong participation of the civil society pillar and the Community of Democracies collectively at the Summit of Democracies offers an excellent opportunity to lead the fight against disinformation and fake news as a flagellum for democracy and to renew our commitment to the principles of the Warsaw Declaration. To nourish resilient democracies, it is important to strictly evaluate the state of democracy in members going through the renewal process, preventing further undermining of the work of the community. We would also like to take this opportunity to advocate for the creation of an ad hoc group to prepare members to assume the presidency and/or to create a mechanism to provide resources for smaller and less wealthy states who have an interest in taking the lead. Furthermore, we would like to suggest an expansion of the scope of the external assessment process undergone by the civil society pillar to assess the performance of the community as a whole, providing guidance on how we can better achieve our goals collectively. Finally, but not less important, the support by Governing Council members to the community should also include financial contributions to the civil society pillar, as well as engaging with its work independently, collectively, and through the Permanent Secretariat. To close up, as the chairwoman of the civil society pillar, I want to renew before you our strong commitment to support the community's objectives, to encourage adherence to the Warsaw Declaration, support democratic consolidation, and deepen dialogue on the challenges democracies face. We are here to advise you on the state of democracy around the world, and we are the connecting fiber between Governing Council members and democracy everywhere. Moreover, we're also here to stand with you side by side on the decisions the Community of Democracy collectively makes to protect democracy, defend human rights, and expand civic space, despite whether or not that defense happens inside or outside the Governing Council. Let's work together to not fall short of the tremendous opportunity that we have to achieve the goals set up more than 20 years ago and that today resonate more than ever. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Ibarra, for your message. And thank you for reminding us of the vital importance of support to the civil society pillar's activities and to the work of civil society. We now will turn to a message from the United Mexican States from Dr. Christopher Baines Valdez, Director General for Human Rights and Democracy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Director General.
Thank you. For Mexico, it's a great honor to be part of this global intergovernmental coalition comprised of member states from most regions of the world, united by the common democratic values and standards. Mexico is deeply convinced that respect, promotion, and protection of the 19 principles and rights reflected in the Warsaw Declaration are necessarily conditions for democratic regimes to foster sustainable social and economic development. Democracy in Mexico has evolved over the last 3 decades. As a result, the current political system is stronger and more stable. However, to consolidate an efficient and effective state, Mexico is continuously improving its democratic standards, learning from other experiences and promoting dialogues with not-state actors, which means listening to youth, including young girls, women, and disadvantaged groups, to incorporate their perspective in the design of government policies and programs. The Mexican government is currently working on improving the protection of human rights, achieving sustainable development, the promotion of economic growth, and the creation of robust institutions. In that sense, one of the main commitments of the Mexican government is to prevent and eradicate corruption, given the nefarious effects it has, not only on the economic of the nation, but also on its democratic principles and institutions, its system of justice and the rule of law, especially since the impact is greater among the poor and vulnerable people. The coronavirus pandemic has had a strong impact worldwide, and my country is not the exception. It has presented us with a range of new challenges to democratic and human rights. In fragmented societies, it remains imperative to uphold pluralistic values and to promote respect for multilateral and inclusion. The pandemic has also showed the significant role of potential of digital technologies in all areas of life. Individuals around the world can now exercise the freedom of opinion and expression. It is important for the international community to make sure that these new technologies can remain as a tool to protect and promote human rights, fundamental freedoms, and democratic governance. The government of Mexico strongly believes that the Warsaw Declaration provides a roadmap for aspiring and transitional democracies. This is why we renew our commitment to those democratic principles. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General. The Community of Democracies works with a number of international organizations in the promotion and defense of democratic values. And I would now invite Mr. Kevin Casas Zamora, Secretary General of International IDEA, a partner of the Community of Democracies, to address the meeting. Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you, Chair. Bună ziua, Mr. President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by thanking the Romanian Presidency of the Community of Democracies for inviting me to say a few words at your Ministerial Conference, but also for dedicating this meeting to the issue of democracy and resilience. The topic couldn't be more relevant. As you know, the Community of Democracies is a very close partner and ally of international IDEA. We don't just share the status as an intergovernmental organization and several member states, but also the conviction that democracy support, just like democracy, needs to be protected. More than ever, in the face of serious challenges that democracy is facing, we need collective actions and collective efforts to defend and advance what we and so many people around the world are fighting for. A governance model that embraces universal human rights and allows for continuous improvements through peaceful transfers of powers. Exactly the sort of thing that is reflected in the Warsaw Declaration. Because the alternatives are dire, and the current trends even more so. Our research on the global state of democracy shows that the number of democracies continues to decline. Since 2016, the number of countries moving in an authoritarian direction is 3 times as high as the number moving towards democracy. And it's just not about quantity alone. The quality of democracy has been declining across the board. Worryingly enough, democratic backsliding has grown even in established democracies with large economies and often with significant popular support, at least initially. At the same time, COVID-19 has turbocharged these challenges. We have seen that over half of the democracies in the world have introduced measures to deal with the pandemic that are deeply concerning from a democracy and human rights perspective. Freedom of expression, media integrity, and personal integrity and security have been among the most negatively affected aspects of democracy. These are some of the bad news. And although we have seen glimmers of hope in the increase of civic and political activism, in the resilience and renewal of electoral processes, and the increased influence of parliaments in many places, we can't disregard the threats. Now, perhaps more than ever, actors like the Community of Democracies, an international idea, together with our member states and partners from around the world, need to step up to defend democracy. But what exactly is needed to address these comprehensive challenges? I would say 4 things for starters. First of all, we need a sense of urgency about the global predicament of democracy and a sense of humility about the task at hand. Trends towards the deterioration in the quality of democracy are global in nature, implying that we must meet this challenge together. This conference and the myriad other initiatives by the Community of Democracies are precisely the kinds of efforts we need to create a global network to protect democracy. The second thing we need is a common and better understanding of the threats we face. This is why I am also happy to see that the Community of Democracies has set up working groups on democracy and technology and the protection of civil society, among others. We need to better understand the threats that democracy is facing, be it in the digital sphere or in the executive branches, to identify and counter these threats. The third thing we need to do is to put the governance agenda at the heart of public debates and equip democracies to solve problems for people, particularly when faced with big crises. This is something that multilateral organizations, such as the Community of Democracies, can do very well. As we can activate multilateral mechanisms to increase the learning and the exchange of good practices and improve the ability of democracies to respond to the demands of citizens. Finally, the fourth thing we need is more funding to protect democracy. It is not enough to recognize the problems. We also need to be able to act. So I really hope democratic powers will put the money where their mouth is. After more than 1.5 years of pandemic, the value of good democratic governance should be absolutely clear to all. Good democratic governance literally saves lives. In sum, a sense of urgency and humility, a better understanding of the threats, a robust democratic governance agenda, and lots of funding for this work are needed to protect democracy and build its resilience in the face of the challenges it is and will be facing. Resilient democracies are built on resilient efforts to protect, improve, and revitalize democracy, just like the Community of Democracies and International IDEA have tried to do for more than 2 decades. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General of International IDEA for his message. We will now hear a message from Mr. Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States. Secretary General.
Friends, ministers, Secretary General, it is an honor to join you today for the 10th Ministerial of the Community of Democracies. I would like to thank our host, the Romanian Presidency, Secretary General Garrett, and the team of the Community of Democracies. The OES was present for the adoption of the Warsaw Declaration when the Community of Democracy was founded 21 years ago. Since then, we have worked side by side to strengthen democracy and make it a cornerstone of a collective future of freedom and prosperity for all of our peoples. The relationship between our two organizations is grounded in our shared belief that democracy must be upheld at all levels of society and consolidated in the most inclusive manner. This vision for a democratic world is still aspirational, one that requires hard work and vigilance if we want to make these fundamental rights and freedoms a daily reality for everyone. Our two organizations are political platforms that member states have used to create the tools and instruments to defend the democratic rights and individual freedoms of our peoples. They all serve to protect the legal and political instruments and civic space that uphold our free societies and allow democracy to thrive. These institutions and instruments are only as strong as we make them. While we are concerned by the threat of authoritarianism, the dichotomy between rights and democracy versus stability is a false one. There is no stable path towards prosperity that sacrifices respect for and protection of democracy and human rights. We must challenge the idea that polarization is inevitable or that a divide exists between citizenry and that chooses freedom and democracy as opposed to those who support authoritarianism. Citizens want and need governments that deliver, institutions that address their fundamental needs and provide the basic services that a community relies upon, period. We cannot allow the threat of imposed authoritarianism to challenge our belief that the democratic path is the right path or to call into question the framework upon which our international institutions are founded. It's only by working together to defend this common democratic agenda that we, as a state and institutions committed to the consolidation of democracy and human rights, can achieve our goals. Thank you.
Let me thank the Secretary General of the Organization of American States for his message. We will now hear a message from Mr. Danilo Turk, President of the Club de Madrid.
Excellencies, it's a pleasure to join you as President of Club de Madrid in this 10th Ministerial Conference of the Community on Democracies that will focus on democracy and resilience. This is a key issue in a shared priority for all of us today. For a bit over a decade, we have shared a generalized and increased concern over the state of democracy. The devastating consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as other political developments around the world, have added to our concerns. Our societies are being increasingly torn by leadership and governance styles that have stretched the limits of democratic institutions. Trends such as digitalization are only aggravating this. However, the COVID-19 crisis has also intensified efforts to improve and defend democracy at various levels. The pandemic has put democracy at the center of all of our agendas. Today's conference is a testament to this window of hope for democracy around the world, hope for a new sweeping wave of democratic change to reboot old and young democracies alike. In the democratic world, many invoke democracy's capacity for self-correction and enjoin democratic leaders to take action. At the Club de Madrid, we see the present focus on the need to defend protect, but also rethink democracy. This represents an opportunity to mobilize a critical mass of support for a new wave of democratic change. Based on the individual and collective experience of our members, over 110 democratic former presidents and prime ministers from over 70 countries, leading their countries through democratic transition and transformation, we propose to steer a global conversation to build a new vision for democracy to tackle the titanic tasks ahead. To this end, the Club de Madrid Annual Policy Dialogue, our main event for 2021, will be devoted precisely to this conversation, crafting recommendations for a new global agenda for democratic renewal. The Club de Madrid members will then bring their message to the policy and decision makers around the world as they face many current challenges to democracy. We will also bring our recommendations to international fora, as this Ministerial Community of Democracies Conference, and to the upcoming Summit for Democracy, organized by the Biden-Harris administration. A lesson learned from this pandemic is that we cannot take the resilience of democracy for granted. Democracy is, by definition, work in progress. The international democratic community needs to come together and seek solutions to strengthen the ability of democratic systems to function, to deliver, to recuperate the trust in its institutions. We need to garner the energy of our concerns and turn this into a new global impulse for democratic renewal. This is very much in line with our mission and commitment to protect and promote democracy that delivers. Club de Madrid and its members are ready to work together with all present here today to ensure our democracy remains resilient in face of the old and new challenges ahead. Thank you once again for your invitation to join here today, along with colleagues from Organization of American States and the International IDEA. I look forward to hearing the remaining interventions.
Thank you, Mr. Turk, for your intervention. And I now turn the program back to His Excellency Foreign Minister Aurescu.
Thank you so much, Secretary General. It is my great pleasure to present to you the message of the Community of Democracies Youth Leads, a group of young democracy advocates and leaders who are actively promoting democratic values and youth involvement in democratic activities all over the world.
Protect, promote, and fulfill the realization and full enjoyment by all young people of human rights and fundamental freedoms, in accordance with the principles of their democratically inspired founding documents, and as expressed in such international efforts as the Warsaw Declaration, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and relevant international human rights instruments. Promote youth meaningful participation and equal representation and leadership, including of young women, in all democratic processes and decision-making at the national, regional, and international levels, and that youth policies and programs include the views, perspectives, and priorities of young people in their design and shaping.
Promote civic education among the youth in light of declining satisfaction with democracy in all parts of the world and its principles, such as free and fair election, a peaceful transition of power, and the protection of the rights and freedoms of citizens. Thus, we call open participating states to create and provide resources that will enable civic education to promote and protect the principles of democratic practices, to impress on the young generation the importance of a democratic system. Protect the right of youth to organize and assemble, especially in observance of the religions. Religious liberty is the bellwether of democracy, and the world's youth must have the ability to gather and worship without fear of reprisal or state-mandated religious preferences or prohibitions.
promote curriculum and community focus that helps young people become equipped with the digital skills needed to benefit from employment and entrepreneurship opportunities in an increasingly digital economy and society, as well as accelerate their efforts to promote innovation among youth by ensuring that information and communication technologies are available and fully and appropriately integrated into education and training. Develop or maintain in this regard preventive measures and remedies for violations and abuses regarding the right to privacy in the digital age that affects young people. Promote digital literacy and technical skills to effectively protect their privacy and take measures to prevent cyberstalking and cyberbullying.
Promote equal opportunities for all young people and to eliminate all forms of discrimination, and to foster social integration for social groups such as young persons with disabilities, young migrants and new citizens and indigenous youth on an equal basis with others, as well as promote policies that increase the opportunities of youth, especially for vulnerable youth who suffer more discrimination. Protect the right of youth to engage in free and open market, to pursue careers and financial opportunities that better their quality of life. A free market with open access to all ages and demographics is necessary to the preservation of democratic government and fosters innovative market solutions to the challenges of society today and tomorrow.
Raise awareness on the negative effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on youth, which has threatened young people's educational attainment, future prosperity, liberties, and disproportionately affected their mental and economic well-being. In this regard, we call upon participating states to grant protection to youth, both during the pandemic and the post-pandemic recovery period. Raise awareness about the critical importance of environmental preservation. The world's natural resources are critically linked to the well-being of youth, and environmental degradation could make youth, particularly in developing countries and small island developing states, disproportionately vulnerable to adverse impacts.
Well, we have now back on online our colleague from Senegal, Mr. Mamadou Diallo, Technical Advisor in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We will not be able to see him, but we will hear him. So, Mr. Diallo, you have the floor.
Stands for a solid reference in order to provide and implement our major objectives. Mr. Chair, the current international context with the socio-economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic has mostly revealed the violation of the fundamental values of democracy, including human rights, gender equality, and the empowerment of women and girls, and political and social freedom, among other important aspects. The emergency of new challenges imposed on us by the current evolution of the world should therefore remain as of our individual and collective responsibility to build and strengthen resilient democracies that can mislead any form of stray. Moreover, democratic resilience should guide all our efforts, both at the national and international levels, through initiatives implemented within the framework of multilateralism, with, in addition to being a platform for exchanging experience and good practice, should be able to lead us to conclusion that would make it possible to prevent us from the decrease of democracy. Mr. Chair, Senegal remains strongly committed to the Warsaw Declaration's democratic values and principles, which are based on free, transparent, and for elections that led to peaceful political change in 2000 and 2012. Senegal also strongly defends freedom of speech, freedom of peaceful demonstration, as well as equal access to education and accountability. For those reasons, we continue our tireless effort to enhance the rule of law and to promote social justice and equitable access to economic development for the whole population, especially women and girls and people with vulnerabilities. We also pay due attention to democracy and good governance through the principle of separation of power between the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, to establishment of strong institutions, as well as the equality of right and freedom for citizens, in order to let them be fully involved in the public affairs management and control. Let me conclude by an appeal to continue and intensify our efforts in order to face the current challenges for the triumph of democracy and its universal principles and values, to which we are all strongly attached. Thank you for your king's attention.
Thank you, Mr. Diallo, for your message. This was the last speaker on our list, and we come now to the closing of our conference. So, Excellencies, dear friends, I would like to thank you all for taking part in this 10th Ministerial Conference of the Community of Democracies. It was an honor to host this meeting from here, from New York City, together with the Secretary General of the Community of Democracies, Mr. Thomas Garrett. And I use this opportunity again to thank Mr. Secretary General and to express our gratitude for his efforts and his team's efforts in Warsaw in the service of our community, and for the constant support offered to the Romanian Presidency. Thomas, would you like to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank you, Foreign Minister, and I would like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Bucharest, as well as the Romanian Permanent Mission in New York, for hosting the Ministerial today and the challenging circumstances related to the COVID-19 pandemic. I also just would like to say thank you to the dedicated staff of the Permanent Secretariat of the Community of Democracies in Warsaw for their preparations for this event. I would like to thank you, Excellencies, Governing Council members, representatives of civil society, and I would like to thank our youth leads for their strong message. As said today, democracy will always face the need for ongoing adjustment. And while we saw models of democracy that are diverse today, core democratic values, principles based on the rule of law and respect for human rights, remain universal. And so I commit to you that the Community of Democracies accepts that democracy will always face complex challenges, and working together, we can agree to resolve them. Thank you, Foreign Minister.
Thank you so much, Thomas, for all you are doing for supporting the goals of our community. And as we stay strong in our commitments, we should always remember that democracy is work in progress. So any effort is needed. All efforts are priceless in order to support democracy. I thank you all. This concludes our ministerial meeting of today. Thank you.